Mion lit up the way from below. Okay, you are next, Rika-chan. Coach, you go next, then Hanyu, then Satoko, okay? Let's move. Irie wanted to say that he would go last, but Rena gave the order first. They could not get into the basement because of the clinic with the basement of the clinic without Irie. Without him, they could not rescue Tomitake. Their lives were all equally important, but at least for the moment, his was the second most vital after Rika. Please be careful. I will light your way. Okay. Come on, everyone, hurry up. Rika. Rika was much shorter than Mion. She could not go down the ladder as easily. Her legs were too short and her left foot slipped. I am okay. Damn it. I am sick of this life where I never grow up. I will pass through June of 1983, and I will grow taller. My boobs will get bigger. I will not stay like this forever. Though she had been living for over 100 years, Rika was still afraid of heights. As she fought that fear, she tried to climb down as quickly as possible. After a while, the light from the top did not reach her anymore, and Mion's light from below lit her way. Mion's light was enough. The next person could come down. I am okay. Whoever is next can go. Okay, Coach, you are up next. You are a grown man, so go down quickly. Right, I will go next. The mountain dogs moved forward carefully, wearing special goggles so they could see in the dark. The one in front nosed Satoko's trap and stopped the rest of the men. 9 Gale 7 to 9 Gale 1, I just found a wire trap. Be careful, coming in. Roger that. Phoenix 1, there are more traps. Why do we not turn the lights back on? Idiot, that will only help them escape more easily. They must be having problems trying to escape in this darkness. We will have to give them as much trouble as possible. Corner them in the darkness and we will get them. This is a huge cave system. There must be another way out. They will not try to hide, they will try to escape. Give the assault units some firearms, bulletproof shields, and grenades. The Sonozakis are basically a major Yakuza family. Assume they can counter us with smuggled guns, which means watch out for those tripwires and claymores, unless you want to end up with thousands of lead pills in your body. They will shred you apart. Roger. Satoko's traps were effective only because they were professionals. Satoko had assumed any professionals would misinterpret her traps as more dangerous ones. That was why she ran wires everywhere. And Satoko was right. Although the mountain dogs were successful at breaking down the iron door, they had not even reached the torture room yet. However, the huge cave with the hidden well was just on the other side of the door to the torture room. It was just a matter of time before the enemy caught them. Okay, Rina, you are next. Yep, you come down and hurry too, Keiichi-kun. Kei-chan, how is it up there? Rina is coming down right now. She is moving right along. Okay, do not fall. The rumors say that all the people who ever opposed the Sonozaki family were dumped into this well. It is a bottomless pit. What? Shion, what the heck are you carrying around? Shion had returned with a big machine gun in her hands. What the heck? Keiichi thought. It's one of those machine guns they use in war movies. Its defining characteristic is the way the magazine is bent forward. What is it called again? Kasai had one in his hands too. He appeared used to handling machine guns. It almost did not look real, but it seemed like a natural fit for this real world lit only by flashlights. Keiichi felt like the odd one out here since he did not know how to use a gun. Shion and Kasai hid on opposite sides of the room so they could see the entrance to the torture room. Not only Kasai, but Shion also seemed to be used to doing things like that. Shion, I will do that. So why do you not go down next? Thank you for the manly offer, Kei-chan, but it would be much quicker if you went down swiftly than if I had to explain how this Kalashnikov works. Do not worry. A pretty girl like me will never die. As Shion winked at Keiichi, they heard a door being knocked down nearby. Immediately, Shion and Kasai's eyes looked stern, and they took cover behind the rocks, aiming their guns into the darkness. The enemies had entered the torture room. There was a flashlight next to the door. Kasai had left it there. The mount dog seemed to be able to see in the darkness even though they could not, so it was an improvised solution. The footsteps of the mount dogs were growing closer. They were passing through the torture room. In other words, the door was the only thing separating them from their enemies. Keiichi-kun, hurry! Shion, you go first. Shion-san, if something happens to you and I live, my sister will never forgive me for that. I do not have my loved one anymore, but she does. What are you talking about now of all times? I do not plan to die, but please tell Shion this. I want us to be twins again in the next life. Get going. Shion yelled, telling Keiichi to move on. He did not understand why Shion said to tell Shion, but she asked him, so he had to convey that message. Otherwise, if something terrible really happened, Shion's message would never reach Mion. An explosion shook the air. Something was thrown in from the torture room. The explosion from that and the noise from Kasai's machine gun sounded at the same time. The clamor echoed in the cave. All I can do as those violent flashes of light burned a series of images into my eyes is shed tears over my own intolerable powerlessness and climb down the ladder. Mion quickly screamed from below. I descended and screamed up to the top too. Nightingale 1, they attacked us. The enemies are trying to stop us from the huge cave on the other side of the torture room. There were 2 muzzle flashes, probably AKs. Whoever it is, he is a professional. Phoenix 1, give us an order. There we go. Our opponent is a professional. Do not go in unless you graduate from the killing house. Nightingale 1 and 2, Phoenix 7 and 8, get ready to move in. How many firearms do we have? We have 4 MP5s and plenty of grenades. We cannot trust our bulletproof shields, so we abandoned them. There is a flashlight on the right next to the entrance. I am assuming they do not have a device to see in the dark. Nightingale 1 here. We are going in. Throw in some grenades while I give you the signal. While the enemies were quiet, Kasai changed his magazine. Shion-san, that is enough. Please go. If I go, they will all fire at you while you reload. You cannot do it by yourself. There was a contradiction in what Shion just said. According to her theory, the last 2 can never escape. Mion kept shouting from the tunnel below. Damn it, Shion! Hurry up and come down! Everyone knows it was not safe to say, but nobody could stop Mion from screaming. Mion and I will wait for Shion here. Rena, why do you not take everyone else and escape into the hills? Okay. No, I do not want to lose anybody. Rika, this is a final world. There is no more starting over. I do not want either Shion or Kasai to die. I do not want a future like that. I know we cannot redo it, so no, I do not want it. Shion, please come down. As they looked up to the top of the well, they saw a violent flash and heard a roar. Then they heard explosive sounds, different from the sounds of the machine guns that Shion and Kasai were using. They also heard a tinkling sound, which could have been the sound of bullet shells. They could not see anything other than the flashing lights. Only the noise reached them. When everything stopped, after a little silence, footsteps that did not belong to Shion or Kasai gathered at the top of the well. They could hear hard-soled shoes kicking the bullet shells as they walked. It is clear. Nightingale 1 to Phoenix 1, we have secured the loopholes. That voice echoed down the well, and Mion and the others heard it too. They did not know how to react. Some became speechless. Some started to cry. Some let out a wordless scream. They looked up the well as they waited for Shion and Kasai to come down, but there was no sign of them. A bright beam of light shone down from the top of the well. Irie grabbed Mion and Keiichi's collars and pulled them back, but they could see in the dark. They might already know that Keiichi and the others were hiding in that horizontal tunnel. Roger, we will try. Can you hear us? We do not need to reply, just listen. A guy shouted from the top of the well. We want the Queen Carrier, Rika Furude, and Director Keiyus, Ki, Kiyusuke Irie. You have misunderstood something. Kiyusuke. We are here to eradicate a unique local disease. What's happening right now is because we suspect the director's involvement in a conspiracy. You have nothing to do with this. Turn them over to us. They had already turned all the flashlights off so nobody could tell what kind of expressions were on each other's faces. But I could sense Mion's expression distorting, and because of the darkness, nobody knew how to stop her from screaming, "You murder! You killed Shion! Are you talking about this girl? Do not worry, she is still alive. She is just unconscious. She is alive. She is alive, Mi-chan." Mion did not rest easy at their announcement, though, because she could know Shion's survival would not help resolve the situation. Same with the guy. He is alive too, but if you refuse to turn those two over to us, we will have to use them both as bargaining chips. What are you going to do to them? As Mion looked up at the top of the well in the dark, it suddenly became very bright, and she saw something unbelievable. Shion was unconscious, and one of the men was holding her. He was basically sticking her body out over the edge of the well. If the man let go of Shion, she would fall to the bottom. They had no idea how far down it went. There was no way she would survive. Shion! Shion did not reply, but she moved just a little bit. Shion was alive, at least for the moment. No, no way. They will not push her off. What are you saying? They can easily kill a hostage if they have more than one. They have Shion and Kasai-san. He will push Shion off and just ask the same question again. He means it. Mion lashed out fiercely at Keiichi. He regretted saying what he just did. I will give you a little time to think, but after 60 seconds the first hostage will go down. Think it over very carefully. What should we do? Mion was half crazed with fear and panic. They want me. Let them think Rika-san has already escaped. I will go. They should be satisfied with just me. That plan sounded like the best idea for minimizing damage, but Rena quietly spoke up. No. Shi-chan and Kasai-san risked their lives to buy time so we could escape. If you went back, what they did would be wasted. Then what do you suggest we do? Are you saying we should let Shion die? Are you saying you do not care if Shion dies, Rena? Fucking damn you. Please stop me, San. I do not I do not know what to do either. Because Shion-san. Shion-san is my Nini. Shion. Mion started to cry as she held Satoko's head. The mound dog's beam of light shone into the horizontal tunnel. Their eyes had grown used to the darkness, so even with the low light they could sort of see one another. But so what? This was a desperate situation, and Mion and Satoko continued to cry. Rena bit her lower lip. Trying to hold her feelings in, Irie simply looked down, and as for Rika and Hanyu, they were restless. What do we do, Hanyu? I do not know what to do. I do not know either. Hey, you are a god, are you not? Do something. Do something. Use your psychic powers to knock the enemies down. Help Shion. Only a miracle can save her. You are a god. Make a miracle happen. They all heard a strange sound. Everyone was surprised to see what caused it. Hanyu just slapped Rika in the face. Rika, listen to me. Hanyu, we both have experienced many worlds and we have learned much. Sometimes you learn and sometimes I learn. We have learned so many important things, and now in this world we have learned the most important thing. Something we have been pursuing, something we finally got. Do you know what that is? It was how to make a miracle happen. A miracle is like a number you get on a die. People think that the result of the roll depends on God's mood. God holds the key to miracles. Humans do not have the right to control them. But although humans do not have the right, they can perceive. They can perceive how to improve their odds and how they can make a miracle happen. How to make a miracle happen. Rika, you should already know. You learned it before I did. This world must be precious to you. Why do you not try it this one last time? Rika's mouth hung open. That is right, she thought. I had forgotten, again, how to make a miracle happen. You all go ahead and escape. Rika stood up. Everyone was surprised to hear what she said. Irie, take them. I will go out there. Takano means to kill us both, but she wants to kill me in a certain way, so she will not kill me for a while. Are you kidding? You will end up dead anyway. If I do not go, she and Kasai will be killed. I will let them capture me. The time it will take Takano to kill me will give you a chance to counterattack. Rika-chan. Thinking about it now, the answer was very simple. As she spoke, Rika stepped out of the horizontal tunnel and reached the ladder. The beam of light shone down upon her. In this dark world, her figure seemed almost holy, like someone receiving a divine revelation. Because we all believe we can win. You, me, and even God believe in it. This is nothing. Rika's smile told them that she trusted them 100%. She believed someone would come rescue her before she got killed. That was why she did not mind letting the enemy capture her. If it would save Shion and Kasai's lives, then it was nothing. I am coming up right now. Pull Shion back, okay? The male dogs pulled Shion's body away from the edge of the well. If you even think of touching my friends, I will bite my tongue and kill myself. Takano wants to kill me personally, so if that happens, you will be in big trouble, okay? Alright, come on up. Let all my friends go. According to your plan, they will all die anyway. No, we cannot do that. We will not kill them, but we have to restrain them. Oh, that is a pity. Farewell. It will be faster to let go of this ladder than to bite my tongue. This is a very deep well. And if you cannot produce my corpse, then that ruins your plans too, does it not? As long as they captured Rika, the mountain dogs did not really care about the others. They were ready to kill the rest if they resisted once they had Rika. That was why they would not agree to Rika's request. They started to think that maybe they should just lie to Rika, but that was when they heard something. Hanyu started to speak in a clear voice. It was a voice with a very mysterious tone. It sounded like it was coming from below the surface of the earth, but it also sounded like it was coming from heaven. Hanyu spoke. I am saying I accept the deal. Quit complaining and do as she says, lowlifes. Rika Prude is coming up. We will fulfill her little request. Heaven will not provide to those who will not offer anything themselves. Stop thinking above yourselves, humans. Know your place and the sin of pretending to be more. 9 Gale 1, the member who had been demanding their surrender, was suddenly overcome by a strange sensation. He had been in such an advantageous position, but somehow it did not seem that way anymore. That girl's voice. There was something strange about it. That voice belonged to something both holy and sacred. He instinctively sensed it. Humans can only negotiate with other humans. It is impossible to negotiate with a being greater than all humans. Wait, I will check with the commander. Wait a minute. 9 Gale 1 to Phoenix 1. He had been very threatening until just a minute previous, but he had grown completely perplexed. Everyone was stunned by Rika and Hanyu's mysterious auras. We will come rescue you. Right away, okay? Rena muttered as she tried to hold back her tears. Okay, we will accept your request. We will let everyone else go. Rika Furude, you come up. Major Takano says there's something she wants to talk to you about. Okay, I am coming up. Have we ever been looking for you, Rika-san? You are such an important person, so you cannot just disappear like that, you know? That is against the rules. Rika-san, we will take you back to the clinic. Everyone else is free to go. The assault unit that led Rika away headed back into the basement. They were about to break the rules too. You are not going to keep that promise, are you? A promise? What are you talking about? Oh, there. We do not want you to bite your tongue. Hey! As Rika tried to run, Okonogi grabbed her fragile arm. She fought back, but her resistance meant nothing against him. One of the mound dogs took out a syringe from the case. It should not kill her, but it would probably put Rika to sleep. Takano, after all, did not need a chatty Rika. She just needed a live queen carrier. If Rika got that shot, that will mean the end of this world. Before Rika could scream, the other dog covered her mouth. Hurry up and give her the shot. The dog with the syringe drew closer to Rika's arm. Rika was being grabbed from behind, and her mouth was covered. There was no way for her to fight. I believe, even if I am asleep, I believe. Rika kept repeating that in her mind. She believed that someone would wake her up, and that the first thing she would see when she opened her eyes would be her beloved friends. It happened all of a sudden. The man with the syringe spun twice in the air and dropped to the ground. Nobody, including Okonogi, could understand this sudden phenomenon. It defied the very laws of physics. Rika could not understand either. The man who was holding Rika from behind spoke up. I made it. His voice had such a heavy feeling imbued in it. I regret it in countless worlds. Whenever I realized it, it was too late. Who are you? The others took a few steps back, away from Rika and the man holding her. There are many units within the Mountain Dog, so often its members do not remember each other's faces. There were just too many units, so nobody really paid attention. All the Mountain Dogs were more or less well built, but this man had an excellent physique. Even Okonogi knows that he had never seen anyone like that in one of his units before. Rather, he actually wanted to recruit him, but But this is what I have been longing to tell you all this time. Rika-chan, I came to help you. Akasaka, damn you. The hands that were holding Rika left her shoulders. They left ever so gently. As soon as they did, they transformed into a pair of furious fists, which implanted themselves in the faces of the men attacking him from behind. They flew through the air. Akasaka hit those two without even turning around. 5 members of the Mount Dog surrounded Akasaka. However, he did not even see them. He could only feel the deep emotion of finally being able to do what he had been longing to, and the 5 of them sensed it. That maybe, just maybe, he did not even care that they were there. What are you doing just standing there? Get him! On Okanoki's signal, the 5 Mountain Dogs bore down on Akasaka. Rika-chan, stay low. Okay. Rika dropped to the ground and Akasaka was left standing. Akasaka, who came back to keep a promise he made with a girl 5 years ago. But his promise was worth more than 5 years. Rika knew that. Akasaka probably understood it too. The promise went back 100 years. For 100 years, he regretted not being able to save her from the conspiracy. He believed that one day there would be a miracle and he could travel back to this day. That was why he continued to train himself. His strong will and Rika's wish made that miracle happen. That one and only miracle allowed Akasaka to be here in Hinamizawa in June 1983. The first one went down in the time it took Okanogi to blink. Lowering himself to grapple Akasaka had proved fatal. He was not so soft as to let such perfect openings go by. Akasaka's hand smashed into the back of the man's head. His blow was powerful enough to smash a pillar of ice or shatter a mountain of tiles. As it happened, Akasaka was holding back a little so that his target was not too injured. Akasaka goes all out from the very first. That's why he only needs one shot. He is unrelenting. Akasaka's well-trained fists continued to knock down the Mountain Dogs, 1 member for every time Okanogi blinked. 1 hit per opponent was all Akasaka needed. This was the true essence of karate. Akasaka's colleagues praised and feared his power. His power is like armor-piercing ammunition. Weapons were useless against him. No matter how hard his victim tried to protect himself, it meant nothing to Akasaka. But he was too strong for the Mountain Dogs to even understand that. It was as if he was a giant they had to crane their necks up to see. Akasaka did not even give them time to think. Someone from the Mountain Dogs must have called for backup. About a dozen more members had arrived. Do not worry, Rika-chan. As long as I am here, I will not let them touch you. I will draw some pictures while I wait then. As Rika stayed low to the ground, she picked up a stick and started to carve into the dirt. That made Okanogi even angrier, but he calmed himself down. Then, the warrior's intuition, resting in Okanogi's blood, came to a realization. Numbers did not matter. Even the full force of the Mountain Dogs would not be able to defeat this monster. All the combat units were still down in the basement. There was no way they could take him. Okay, I guess I have to take you down. By the way, I remember you now. Your face brings back memories. Boy, you have sure grown. You. It cannot be. You do not recognize me? It sure has been a while. You have grown a hell of a lot. Good to see you again. It had been 5 years. This was the man Akasaka fought when he was investigating the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Akasaka had still been inexperienced then. I was ordered to go easy on you, so I held back. But I will not hold back today. And that fat guy will not come help you either. Still, you sure have improved a lot in the past 5 years. I am happy. I have been hoping for something like this for 5 long years. The rest of you stay out of this. He is mine. Okanogi took off all of his equipment and threw it on the ground. He loosened one button and then positioned himself. Seeing that, Akasaka realized he was somewhat capable and narrowed his eyes in vigilance. Okanogi took that as an insult. The Akasaka only thought he was somewhat capable. His behavior was telling Okanogi that he viewed him on the same level as the other small fry. Akasaka first moved to take up a stance to avoid getting Rika involved. Akasaka had not even moved one bit until just then. Okanogi could easily see that Akasaka was extremely strong, but at the same time, he thought he would be fairly simple to take down. Karate may be a martial art, but nowadays it was just a sport. The army combat Okanogi trained in was completely different. Obviously, Akasaka had studied a lot, but it was all just child's play. All he learned were routine moves and forms. Besides, karate moves are fairly straightforward. Okanogi was confident that he could fight any karate pro and win. Okanogi started leaning into his toes and using his meticulous footwork. In contrast, Akasaka still had not moved from his back stance. Akasaka was acting as if Okanogi's footwork was simply a trick, which infuriated Okanogi. Okanogi moved fiercely and nimbly, in a manner completely different from how Akasaka was moving earlier. Akasaka remained calm, but Okanogi saw it differently. He cannot react to my movements, so he is prepared to take damage in order to deal more. Akasaka could not defend himself from Okanogi's quick jab, and it connected with his face. It was a quick but light attack. Its purpose was to distract Akasaka and create an opening for Okanogi. Okanogi knew that Akasaka would use his arms to guard his face instinctively. Okanogi's real purpose was to attack his abdomen, which would then be unguarded. Of course, Akasaka did not have enough time to guard himself. It took more than just a good kinetic vision to prevent his attack. Only Okanogi, who trained for many years, had perfected the speed of that technique. Normal people would struggle helplessly while vomiting if they were to experience Okanogi's kick. It could even rupture internal organs, so it was pretty amazing that Akasaka was still on his feet. What is the matter, Mr. Karate? Can you not fight back? What? Akasaka mumbled something, but Okanogi could not hear. Actually, he did hear it, but Okanogi never imagined he could say such a thing in this situation, so he could not hear it. He could not comprehend it. Too light. What did you just say? Your attack is only meant to defeat your opponent. That is why there is no weight to it. What are you talking about? Karate nourishes you spiritually. To attack others, you have to learn to be attacked. When one learns how much pain and grief their own blow deals to others, they finally understand the meaning of striking another and being struck. You are not even close to that level, and that is why your attack has no weight to it. Are you saying that I am still immature? Okanogi attacked Asaka again, but this time Akasaka was different. Akasaka blocked Okanogi's fists and legs. Of course, Okanogi was still the only one attacking, but Akasaka had started to become much more aggressive. Now, as Okanogi attacked, his hands and legs were being injured. Okanogi instinctively sensed that he was in trouble. He had thought Akasaka was just a police officer, but his movements were too dangerous. He was merciless. He was dangerous. So Akasaka's training and experience must far surpass Okanogi's. Wait, that dynamic heel kick is not karate, is it? Akasaka's heel kick missed Okanogi's head by a millimeter. You do something other than karate, do you not? No, I only do karate. Do not lie. Some of the moves you are doing are not karate at all. Okanogi was starting to become impatient. The reason Okanogi ridiculed martial arts as sports was because they were all hard-headed and only used set moves. This is how you strike in karate. This is how you punch in boxing. This is how you throw in judo. It is easy to learn, and that is why it is easy to win. But Akasaka was different. He said that he only did karate, and he must have spent unthinkable hours training. Yet, he was flexible enough not to be confined only by formatted moves. That was understanding at a spiritual level. The spirit of martial arts is not just forms. One simply learns forms to reach that spiritual level. Therefore, for one who has reached it, there are no forms. What Akasaka had was a philosophical spirit. I am disappointed in you. Shit. Akasaka stepped away from his original spot for the first time. He moved forward. He filled the space between Okanogi and himself with his inescapable conviction. As Akasaka walked closer to Okanogi, Akasaka's assault radius tried to swallow him whole. To be within that radius meant death. Okanogi walked backwards to avoid being in that radius. That was as a result of his clear-headed judgment, not because he was scared. You do not even know the meaning of an attack. I will teach you just how significant it can be. As Okanogi moved backwards, his back hit the van and he came in earlier. He was cornered. Having your back to a wall did not mean you were at a disadvantage, but the more it was pressed against that wall, the further a disadvantage it became. If Okanogi let Akasaka come any closer, Okanogi would not even be able to take a combat stance. Okanogi decided immediately. The last chance he had was a moment before Akasaka took his next step. Akasaka's foot left the ground. He was taking another step. Now, go to hell. No tricks, no feints. Okanogi lowered himself and attacked with everything he had. The attack was powerful enough to break Akasaka's ribcage and rupture his heart. I am a professional, Okanogi told himself. I cannot be defeated by this amateur. At that moment, Akasaka's eyes opened wide. All the male dogs heard a noise. It was not the noise of people fighting. It was the noise of a traffic accident. Okanogi's blow missed by a slight amount, and Akasaka's fist struck inches away from Okanogi's face. There was a dent in the sliding door of the van. The windows on both sides had shattered, and it looked like the van was an accident. Was it even possible for a human fist to do this? Time resumed its flow, and Okanogi knelt down, falling to the ground. Akasaka did not miss on purpose. Akasaka could not control his fist because he put everything into one blow. Okanogi should thank Akasaka. If Akasaka had been able to control his attack better, Okanogi's face would have ended up like the van. However, although it did not hit Okanogi's face, it shattered his spirit. Good job, Akasaka. Rika applauded, but in this situation did not sound like applause.
Said, well, not looking good for FF16.
Is it not? I haven't really been keeping up. Did something happen to make it not happen or something? Final Fantasy is a pretty big
said, not even Final Fantasy 16 devs could follow the game's confusing story. Square Enix implemented an in-game lore explainer to help make sense of the perplexing narrative.
I do love perplexing narrative and mysteries, but there is definitely a point where it starts getting to be a little much. Welcome to the stream, Herser. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Hopefully Final Fantasy 16 still turns out to be good despite that. I know Final Fantasy is such a big franchise, and most of the Final Fantasy games I've played are pretty good. But in this situation did not sound like applause. It almost sounded like Akasaka's fighting spirit was popping
Cursor.
like firecrackers.
As a JRPG gamer for 20 years, plenty of better series.
Ah, I've also heard quite a few good things about Dragon Quest as well. And then there's the Tales series. Yeah, there are quite a few good RPG games out there, aren't there? Akasaka pulled back his fist, turned around calmly, and spoke. Who is next? I do not want to waste time, so why do you not come at me all at once? They knew, everyone knew, that there was no way to defeat Akasaka with their bare hands. They realized they needed weapons. They also needed more people. There should be a better equipped unit in the basement. All of a sudden, things began to move quickly. The remaining male dogs emerged from the basement. You are not permitted to fire on the surface. I repeat, do not fire on the surface. Phoenix 1 gives permission to collect R and retreat immediately. But the male dogs who just witnessed Akasaka's battle against Okanoki realized it was time for them to run. They did not even care about Rika. Who would even think of taking Rika from him after seeing what Akasaka was capable of doing? When Okanoki regained his awareness, he jumped onto a van with the male dogs as it drove away. Since Okanoki took off his intercom device to fight with Akasaka, he had no idea what had transpired in the basement. After the male dogs broke their promise with Rika, they were supposed to round up the remaining club members. But when Akasaka showed up, the dogs had to be divided into a grand force and a basement force, which altered the situation. Kasai had gone on a counterattack, and the other club members somehow climbed up from the well and helped him. Since the male dogs were not allowed to fire on the surface, they realized it would make the situation worse if Kasai fired his guns once he came up after them. Okanoki was unreachable, so Nightingale 1 had ordered the retreat in his place. Who would bear the responsibility for this? It was probably Okanoki's fault for taking off his intercom device to fight against Akasaka, as he basically abandoned his job as a commander. But everything happened in the first place because Akasaka showed up, so maybe it was his triumph rather than Okanoki's blunder. Either way, everything was miraculous. But the male dogs had not ran with their tails between their legs. They had simply retreated for the moment. When they returned, they would have enough men and enough arms, ready to kill all who stand in their way. And that would happen very soon. There was no time to waste. Rika, I am glad you were safe. Yeah, I am, thanks to a miracle. No, it was not a miracle. We worked together and one of us, Akasaka, came to help you. That is all. That is true. Something like this cannot be called a miracle. Okay, now it is our turn to attack. In the basement, the club members were talking about their grand counterattack. Rika was a little disappointed that she could not have joined them, but she was happy that Akasaka told her what she had been waiting to hear. Rika told them about how heroic he had been, and he got a little embarrassed. Kasai was doing alright, but Shion was not doing too well. Of course it was not life-threatening, but she could not hear well in her left ear, possibly due to being so close to an explosion. To test her hearing, Mion went around to Shion's left side and whispered some dirty words. She seemed to be able to hear them fairly well. Of course she might have been hearing through her right ear too. Shion decided to lie down on a tatami mattress in the torture room while Irie kept an eye on her. Mion was very worried, but Shion told her that she was okay, and forced her to go ahead with the next operation. Mion complained that Shion did not understand her feelings. Now they would have to come up with an idea to rescue Tomitake from the clinic. They had Akasaka and Kasai on their side, both of whom were used to battles. Also, they had Irie, who knew about the secret basement of the clinic. They would have to get moving quickly, but they had to at least have a plan. It was almost 10:30. Because of what they had gone through, they were exhausted, It felt like it was almost evening, but if they were at school, it would only be the second or third period. They had to pull themselves together. They had to regain their fighting spirit. Irie checked Shion's left ear with a penlight. I am not a specialist, but your eardrum may have been damaged. Do you have a headache or feel dizzy at all? No, I will be just fine. Irie wet his handkerchief and wiped Shion's face gently. Are you surprised that the manager of the Hinamizawa fighters was in a gunfight? I mean, yeah, I am. I heard you were ready to give up your own life. Maibara-san told me. Things like that sound cool in the moment, but when you survive, they are pretty embarrassing, huh? If something happens to you and I live, my sister will never forgive me for that. I do not have my loved one anymore, but Sis does. I do not mean to tease you, but you are talking about Satoshi-kun, are you not? Well, I don't know. Who knows where he could be? I do not even know if he is alive or dead. He is alive. Shion's thoughts stopped in her tracks when Irie answered immediately. Satoshi Hojo-kun is alive. He developed terminal symptoms due to an excessive stress last year. Mion and the other club members had already told Shion about the current situation, so she kind of understood what he meant. I thought I could treat him with the same drug I used on Satoko-chan, but Satoko-chan was one of the very rare and lucky cases. Satoshi-kun's treatment has been very difficult. It is still going on. Satoshi-kun, he is still alive? I am sorry for not telling you this until now. Satoshi-kun is in the basement of the clinic. Holy fuck, are you for real? Are you serious right now, bro? I seriously thought that, Takano had, carved him open like she did everybody else. Shion and Irie returned from the torture room. Shion looked very serious, as if she had gained the determination to fight. Keiichi and the others are just talking about how the enemy found where they were. Shion answered immediately. Do you think there might be some kind of device on Irie's clothes? Not his personal clothes, but something the clinic provides. Do you mean my coat? Excuse me, let me check. Shion checked Irie over like an inspector at an airport. Then she found a little button on the back side of his collar. It was just a little round button. There was no reason why a button like this would be on the back of the collar. This is probably it. This is how they found us without following the car. Damn it. But as long as we have this button, it is possible for us to create a diversion, right? A decoy unit with this button can lure the enemy away, while the clinic assurance staff, we attack and rescue Tomitake-san. I think that is the best way. In that case, a decoy unit should bring our foes to my hills. Yeah, that area would be perfect. It is pretty vast, so the enemy will have to bring lots of men, rendering the clinic practically empty. But we'll have no way of knowing how many will stay behind at the clinic. Mr. Tomitake is there, so they will probably leave an appropriate number of men to guard him. In that case, we should add something they want more than Tomitake to the decoy unit. Are you sure, Rika? Yes. As long as I am with everyone else in Satoko's hills, I will not be caught. Only we club members know the hill well enough, so maybe it's a good idea to use us as a decoy unit. Yeah, that works. So the adult unit will attack the clinic while the decoy unit lures the enemy away. What is the chance of success? As long as Akasaka-san pretends not to see anything, since I heard you are a policeman. Kasai spoke while loading his shotgun. I am off duty now. Akasaka replied while checking an automatic pistol. He had not used this particular gun before, but he was used to handling guns. He was prepared to fire too. Irie tried to memorize how to remove the safety, but he looked nervous. Have you ever used a machine gun before? No, I have only ever used handguns. Then maybe you should get used to it. Make sure you have a full magazine at all times, and have another gun just in case the magazine gets stuck. Kasai-san, is that a shotgun? The odd number shots are slug bullets. They can suppress enemies as well as destroy walls. Wow, I know people call you Shotgun Tatsu, but you really are a shotgun expert. Shotguns are very deadly. Therefore, even without firing a shot, my opponents may surrender. By the way, I have some bulletproof vests. You should wear them. Kasai sounded very dependable, but at the same time, he reminded everyone that this operation would be a very dangerous one. It was not a simple fistfight. Even a veteran soldier can die in a gun battle. There is always a chance of death, regardless of how well trained you are. In fact, Kasai and Akasaka were the only people who could be depended upon. Kasai talked Irie out of carrying a gun because it might be dangerous for him to have one. Someone could get injured by friendly fire. Mion suggested that maybe there should be more people on the team, but both Kasai and Akasaka refused because those who could not even handle guns at all might end up as dead weight. Well, then I have to go. We lack firepower. I will bring my engram to support you. But are you okay, Shion? How's your ear? Oh, it is all better now. I am back to normal. Sorry to make you worry. Shion, what did I just say? Of course, I heard it. Mion had tricked her. Mion did not say anything. Shion still could not hear out of her left ear. Shion is too dangerous. To be honest with you, you should not even be in the decoy unit. You should just hide somewhere. Sis, listen. I now have a reason why I have to go to the clinic. But if I mention it, Satoko is going to want to come too. But she just cannot. There will be an indoor fight. The enemy will fire at us. Do you mean? Mion sensed it. She sensed the reason why Shion had to go to the clinic. That was why she did not say anything more. If she was in Shion's position, she would go even if neither of her ears could hear. It is too dangerous, Shion-chan. Please think it over. Satoko, Shion will join the rescue unit. Satoko, the decoy unit is counting on you. Concentrate on your job. Shi-chan, you know, right, Rena-san? You know I am not planning to die. Yeah, I do. Determined girls can never die. That is right. Even if they kill me, I will not die. Shion and Rena gave each other a high five. Okay, then it is decided. Let us get moving. I will take the button. Here you are. Good luck, Rika-chama. You too, You believe strongly in a miracle and now it is going to happen. Therefore, this is a chance that God has given you. I think there were days I did not believe. I think someone even admonished me for that. It is difficult to keep believing, is it not? But you believed. You regret not believing, so you believed. So please cherish this day. Your strong will brought about today, and you will longer have to suffer what you have been suffering up until now. Hey, are you my sister's new friend? I do not know your name, but thank you. Yeah, I think it will go well. Of course it will go well. Oh yes, Shiro-sama guarantees it. The mountain dogs had retreated and reorganized their units. They were now ready to attack again. Takano was furious at them for not being able to bring R back to the clinic, even though they had her in their hands. She gave an order to capture her with all the mountain dogs' forces put together. Their vehicles were at the clinic, and they were all standing by for the order to attack. Takano was not the only one who was furious. Okanogi was as angry as her. That rookie policeman from 5 years ago had grown. He even made Okanogi yield. He could not accept that he was defeated, so he was bent on revenge. The reason why the order to attack was held off was because the signal from the transmission device on Irie was momentarily interrupted. They interpreted it to mean that Irie had gone even further down into the basement. The Mountain Dogs assumed that the club members would go even further underground and try to escape by using some kind of secret passageway. That passageway could not be that long. They would have to come up to the surface eventually. The Mountain Dogs were planning to catch them as soon as they surfaced. The villagers were too busy with finishing setup for the festival, so they had no idea what was going on. By this time, the Mountain Dogs had shut down the telephone network. They were afraid the club members would call the police. The only way into the town was being watched by the blockade unit, so the club members could not escape that way. Aura and her friends had to come up to the surface. They could not be thinking of staying underground until things settled down. Their lifeline, Tomitake, was in captivity. They could not be stupid enough to think of attacking the clinic to rescue him. More than likely they would try to escape from the village on foot. They would probably call the police to help them. The patrol unit had several cars driving around the village, their eyes peeled for the signal of the transmitter or those on the run. It was time to wait patiently. The battle had returned to the starting point, and the balance of power was even again. Scheduled report from Skylark 2. All clear. They cannot stay quiet for that long. We have to be patient. They will turn up. By the way, where is the princess? I believe she is interrogating First Lieutenant Tomitake. She is trying to talk him into joining our side. At this point, that may well be the only way to settle matters peacefully. Good thing we captured him alive. With the princess gone and no phone calls from Tokyo, I can finally enjoy this cool, air-conditioned breeze. Commander, there is a radio call from Tokyo. It is from Nomura-san. It is for you, not for the Major. Good grief. If the phone is no good, they will use a radio. Well, I wonder what the Queen in Tokyo wants from me now. Okanogi of the Mountain Dogs here. Over. Tomitake was being held in a small meeting room. He was shoved under a desk. He was restrained so tightly that he could not even turn around. Takano was sitting in a chair next to the table, staring at a whiteboard. It outlined the research plan that was to be shut down. But Takano was not really reading it. She was just staring. Neither of them said a thing. Silence filled the meeting room. It's almost 11. What a long day. I was woken up so early and it is not even noon yet. Tomitake did not reply. Jiro-san, do you think you can help me? I do not need the mountain dogs. I only want you. The mountain dogs cannot comfort me. I have finally realized that your insensitivity is the only thing that can. Jiro-san, you knew that, right? That was why you acted that way, right? You thought there was no use in trying to sympathize, and you tried to comfort me. That's what you thought, right? You only pretended to be insensitive to help me enjoy myself. Did you not? I am not speaking to you as Major Takano. I am speaking to you as Mio Takano. You still will not talk to me? A hostage may only give his name, rank, and identification number. Takano hung her head. I do not have the key to those handcuffs. Sorry. That is fine. I did not ask you to remove them. Would you like a cup of coffee? No thanks. I do not want you to have to help me go to the bathroom in this position. It was hardly a conversation, but Takano was happy that Tomitake had finally replied. However, that would not solve any of their problems. If you must kill me, I am alright with that. I made my peace when I was caught. Yeah, I was planning on killing you tonight. I am glad you are prepared for that. Good. Then my resolve will not go to waste. Hey, do you not want to live? If you promise to join me, you will not have to die. My superiors say there is no point in keeping you alive, but I will work something out. Who are your superiors? I do not know. The person who contacts me calls herself Nomura, but I am sure that is not her real name. I really do not know. But you must have talked to her before you decided to do this, right? I only talked to her a few times. When I think back, she probably just wanted to use me. But at the time, I thought she was the only person who could understand me. I understand. I knew there was a time when you needed someone to help you. I wish I could have been there for you. Yeah, if you were there, that would have been so nice. Nobody has died yet, but I am going to kill them. You have your masterminds, but there are other masterminds in Tokyo who oppose them. Most of them want to hush up this issue. You may think it is too late to do anything about it, but you are wrong. There is still something you can do. You can make this whole thing disappear. And my grandfather's research on the syndrome will disappear too. Will it not? Takano-san, what do you want to happen? Takano closed her eyes for a bit while she came up with an answer. Her grandfather's research had been insulted. She wanted those with higher positions of authority to take it seriously. Nomura could make that happen. When the final operation was enacted, the higher-ups of the country would have to read the article, and they would have to believe what is in it. They will authorize the execution of the emergency manual. And yes, that would create an irreversible disaster. But at the same time, the disaster would prove that her grandfather's article had merit. Will you be satisfied with that? Sure, I will be satisfied. That is the purpose of my life. I asked you before. You are going to disappear after this operation, are you not? Mio Takano's purpose will be fulfilled, and she will vanish from the face of the earth. You will return to being Miyako Tanashi. That is your real name, is it not? How long had it been since she heard that name? Takano closed her eyes slightly. Yeah, that is right. Soon enough, I will return to being Miyako Tanashi. Tanashi Miyoko lost her parents and was sent to an orphanage as a little girl. She died after being tortured. That is what you said, right? Yes, I did. but he could sense it. This was not the time to say anything to her. Remaining silent was the only thing he could do. Suddenly the phone rang. Takano sniffled once and picked it up. This is Takano. I see. Understood. I will be right there. Takano stood up as she put down the phone. The mountain dogs found R. We found Irie's signal too. They must already know the roads are closed and are trying to escape through the mountains on foot. It will not be easy to hunt them there, but we are actually at an advantage since there is nobody else around. See you, Jiro-san. I think this will be our final conversation. I wish I could have heard you say something at the end of it all. And still Tomitake stayed silent. Takano ran out of the room. She did not look like she was hurrying back to work. It appears that they came out above ground in the mountains. They might have tried to get some help from the villagers, but a patrol vehicle found R and some of her friends and started tailing them. For a time, R and the transmitter were operating separately, but they rejoined at the mountains on the map. Are you saying they split up then met back up? They must have planned their escape route, I guess. I am sure they are confident that they know their way around the mountains well enough. If there are not too many trees, or if the bushes are too high, our weapons will not work as well as they should. That is what the Cry guy would think at least. Okanoki was determined to catch them this time. He kept saying how he was simply caught off guard before. They cannot escape this time. We must catch them before they get to Okinomiya. Yes, I know. Since they know the mountains better than we do, we will have to get serious. All our units will besiege and overrun them. All units, did you hear that? Think of it like a soccer game. Our opponents are going to try and score a goal. That goal is Okinomiya. Do not let them get there. The karate guy is mine, though. I will absolutely bring him down. Phoenix here, roger that. Nightingale here, roger that. Skylark here, roger that. Heron here, roger that. All units, move out. If we fail, it is game over. Quite so. We cannot fail. I will take command of the corps from here. Do you think it will be alright to leave Tomitake behind? Sure. We are leaving 8 armed security guards behind. Even if the enemy came at them with double that number, they will be fine. That Cry guy will be more of a problem. We simply cannot underestimate him. And he is the one that is going to be coming to rescue Tomitake. The security unit guarded the basement of the Irie Institute, which was the heart of the organization. Therefore, they were armed more heavily than anyone else in the Mountain Dogs. Okanogi's competence in the security unit and his newfound obsession with defeating Akasaka made the diversionary plan a success. But at the same time, that meant that decoy club members would have to deal with the full force of the Mountain Dogs. The dogs' white vans ran through the village. While they could not fire shots outside, all members were carrying stun guns that fired electric needles. While poor on range, they could subdue a target instantly. With the flip of a switch, they could change between merely stunning or killing their target. The perfect weapon for people like the Mountain Dogs. The vans separated to groups and headed for the mountains. They were planning to surround their enemies and then smoke them out. Commander, all units are standing by in position. Very well. Major, please give the order. This is Takano. Make sure you capture R alive. I do not care if you kill the rest. Do not let them escape. Finish it right there. Nightingale, Skylark, Heron, start hunting. Phoenix will be the goalkeeper and we will be the reserve. Be ready for anything. This is Phoenix 7, roger that. Let us begin. The mountain dogs started marching, spreading out in a line with a few meters between them. This mountainside was a savage land where not even the villagers would dare tread. There were some trails, but no paved roads for human beings. It required an enormous amount of diligence and patience to hunt on a mountain like this. All the dogs were very nervous. They were told that most of their enemies were children, but there were a few well-trained adults with them as well. In addition, they were supposedly armed quite heavily, and they knew the layout of the train quite well. It was obviously going to be a tough battle. Okanogi, how many people do you usually need to search a mountain? It's hard to say, but I am sure that the more people we have, the better the position we will be in. But all the mountain dogs put together will not be even close to enough. But our enemies are just a small group of people. Do you not think we are at an advantage? Well, you know what people always say. It takes thrice the forces to break a defense. We have twice more than that on our side. Well, that theory works if we're talking about thousands of soldiers. It does not work in smaller scale battles. The US Armed Forces proved that in the Vietnam War. Then, in this case, how great of a force do you think you need to search this mountain, Okanogi? Whatever works, I guess. I do not know what you mean by that. What would be an appropriate military force? Considering what happened this morning, we have to conclude that their commander is extremely brilliant. They also have at least 2 weapon experts, and at least 1 close combat expert. Okay, I see that, but the rest are all kids, are they not? That is what I would think too, but we are in their territory. One kid who knows an area well can be equal to a finely trained patrol unit. They are far more troublesome than you think, Major. Then tell me how great of a force you will need to actually suppress them. We will need 1 division. Let me explain what I mean by that. 3 or 4 mountain dogs make a battalion, and 3 or 4 battalions make a regiment. And finally 3 or 4 regiments make a division. Are you saying we need 30 times as many people? Of course, that alone is not enough. We would need to get in touch with an artillery base and request an advanced bombardment. If we could get help from the air, I'd want a Phantom to drop napalm bombs. You have got to be kidding me. We do not have that much force at our disposal. What do you think would happen if we tried to chase them down with our current manpower? Well, it will not be easy, that's for sure. Okanogi laughed boldly. He said it would not be easy, but he also seemed to be implying that he was the only one capable of doing it. Although this is their territory, they just got there a little while ago. They do not have a base, and they did not have time to set up traps. I do not think they have had enough time to use their knowledge of the mountain to their advantage. As Takano listened to Okanogi's explanation, she felt a little anxious. When she pretended to be friendly with Satoko a long time ago, she used to tell Takano all about her mountain. Takano remembered how Satoko told her about all kinds of traps she would set up, but she could not recall which mountain Satoko was talking about. Skylark to base, we have located some of the targets. We cannot see R. We are still searching. We can use them as hostages. Capture them even if R is not there. Nightingale, did you hear that? Gather up the nearby units and block their escape route. Roger. We will back you up. Well, of course. They would want to cut off our escape route, would they not? Some fallen trees were leaning against a much larger pine tree, forming a natural scaffold. A small hut made out of plywood had been built on top of them. It was one of Satoko's many secret bases. It was in a perfect spot since Mion could see the foot of the mountain well. Wow, this went just as Mi-chan expected. Well, then we'll see what they have got. Can we win? Can we? What are you talking about? Our enemy's commander is worthless. They would need at least a division, but they are trying to attack us with just a single company. What are they thinking? We will see just how many of them will be able to go back down the mountain in one piece today. Damn it! This is Skylark 2. We have been attacked. Shit! Do not let them get away. They let loose tons of logs. Skylark 6 sprains his ankle, unable to pursue. We will go on without him. Do not let them escape. Keep chasing them until the end. Do not even give them a chance to rest. This is Skylark 11. We have encountered a trap. Skylark 12 and 13 probably have concussions. We would have been dead if we were not lucky. This is Skylark 16. A trap got me. I am tangled in steel wires, unable to escape. I cannot cut them with my knife. Somebody bring a wire cutter. Chaotic radio transmissions came in, one after another. Obviously, Okanoki had been wrong about the mound dogs being in an advantageous position. Nightingale 10 to base, those bastards disguised a pit trap with a well. 2 members fell in, unable to rescue them. We need help. Stop! What is the matter, Nightingale 10? Come in, Nightingale 10. This is Nightingale 10. I have been hit. I was pushed from behind. Nightingale 9 through 11 are in the well now. We are unharmed but unable to escape. Shit. Base to Nightingale, your backup has been attacked. The enemy can see your movements. Watch out. It is Nightingale 1. I have a question. How can they see our movements? There is no UAV in the air or anything. Skylark 1 to base, we failed in our pursuit. We lost them. This is impossible. This mount site is full of traps. We have already had a lot of injured men and only covered a short distance. Heron 1 to HQ, we found R and some of her friends. We are going after them. We need assistance immediately. They split up. Their plan is to confuse and entangle us with traps. Heron 1, be careful. They are luring you into a trapped area. They are splitting up to divert us and are planning an ambush. This is an extremely advanced tactic. There have already been many injuries in the other units due to those traps and ambushes. Be careful. Be prepared for anything, Heron 1. Heron 1. Heron 2 to base. Heron 1 is trapped. Come on, somebody cut the rope. The rest of you keep going. Do not let R escape. Nightingale 1 to base. Nightingale 7 and his team have gone silent. It is very possible that they have been attacked. Allow us to send assistance. This is Heron 5. 3 of our unit members have been knocked out by falling drums. What the hell is this? Are there more of those ahead of us? This is Skylark 13. I was down. There is one of them now. I will chase them down. Damn it, I am going to get you. Stop, Skylark 13. You cannot take them down by yourself. Come out, wherever you are. Come on, this way. Damn, kid. Wait right there. Skylark 13 chased Satoko with an enraged snarl on his face, but Satoko ran through the woods effortlessly. Small branches scratched his body all over, but he continued to chase Satoko. Satoko ran like the wind. To her, she was simply running in her own backyard. Who would get injured in a place like that? As Skylark 13 ran after her, he passed many male dogs who could not even move because of Satoko's traps. The more of his trapped fellows he saw, the more he was not sure if the girl he was after was really a girl. She was just something that looked like one. He reached an area where logs were stacked up in piles. It seemed like the trees in the area were being chopped down. It was a rather strange scene. On his way there, Skylark 13 saw a member from a different unit hanging upside down from a tree, and he also saw feet sticking out of a pitfall. There was a member whose device was tied to the root of a tree with a device that looked like a pair of handcuffs. He reached this area after seeing all of them. He suddenly started sweating all over his body. For Skylark 13 realized that he had been lured into a trap. He had been caught in a snare. She had tricked him. The girl was standing in the middle of the open area, calmly balancing on a stump. She was simply looking at him. Shit, he thought. She is trying to lure me in. This is Skylark 13. I chased one of them to an open field. I will catch her. I will get her. This is Nightingale 7. I am the one hanging behind you. That is not a girl. That is a demon. If you chase her, you will end up in hell. Base to Skylark 13. That is enough. Wait for assistance. Some nearby members are on their way. What is the matter? If you want to catch me, you'll need to step forward about 10 meters. It was only 10 meters. If he walked about 10 meters, he could catch that bratty little girl. How many steps did you have to take to walk 10 meters? If you took 10 steps to walk 10 meters, that meant there would be 10 more chances of stepping on a trap. But it was only 10 steps. He can catch her after taking just 10 steps. Well, if you really want to catch me, then why not take your first step? Come on. Shit. How was he going to take his first step? That area with weeds looked suspicious, but the bare ground looked suspicious too. What if he jumped onto a tree stump? No, that was what she wanted him to do. Cold sweat was dripping off of Skylark 13's body. He only needed to take 10 steps, so why was he so nervous about taking the first one? Skylark 13, from what I can see, the tree stumps look okay. You can jump on them. Do not, Skylark 13. This is Nightingale 8, the one tied to the tree root. The tree stumps must be traps. There are too many stumps there, and that is just too suspicious. Can you hear me, Skylark 13? Do not go into any bushes. It is dangerous. Do not step on the weeds. The open ground is dangerous too. Shit. Then where should I step? Do you want me to fly? What on earth are you doing? I am growing bored waiting for you. It is Nightingale 9, the one who is tied up. My head is being patted by one of the She says that is a trap field. Supposedly, that girl's magnum opus is set up there. You should be extra careful. You have got to be kidding me. Did he say magnum opus? What does he mean by magnum opus? And what about all the other traps? Were they not her magnum opus? We mount dogs are professionals. We are paid to engage in battle. Yet this little girl is playing us like fools. Can we not beat her? Can we not beat that brat? This must be a bluff. How is it possible for a trap to exist that is worse than what I have seen so far? That is a bluff. That must be a bluff. Now I am definitely going to get her. Should I start with my right foot or my left? The girl suddenly lifted her hand and thrust it at me. Is she trying to tell me to stop? 5 steps. What? If you can take 5 steps without stepping on a trap, you win. I see. You are confident, are you not? If I take 5 steps safely, what are you going to do? Let us see. I will admit my loss and surrender. How about that? My brain is as sharp as ever today. I will get you before you take your 5th step. Stupid fucking kid. Calm down, Skylark 13. Do not let her provoke you. She is a demon. Do not let her appearance fool you. She can read your mind. We cannot defeat her. Base to Skylark 13. Do not go any further. That is enough. Nightingale is almost there. Just stay in position. But that would mean I would lose. 5 steps? 5 steps, you say? Damn it, I am in then. 5 steps, right? Just 5 steps, right? How many times do you need to repeat it? A man should only say things once unless he is whispering words of love. Damn you, kid! Skylark 13, she is going to read your mind. Calm down. That is right, I am Skylark 13. I am cool-headed just like Golgo, so I need to keep a level head and think. Right, she is already onto my thoughts. She can see how I will think if I have to take 5 steps towards her. Whatever do you mean by that? This is what it means. I will not go forward. I will take 5 steps backward. I did it. I did it. I was certain it was a trick. If I take 5 steps, I win. She did not say I had to move forward. I can go backwards too. And that is why you are done with those 5 steps. Skylark 13 down. That fool, he let her mess with him. Satoko's remarkable performance was not just her own effort alone. Mion had mastered the geography and the enemy's formations while instructing Satoko. Satoko marked all of her traps on the map. When that map and Mion's ability to command combined, the club was simply unbeatable. Rika and Hanyu, who knew about the mountain almost as well as Satoko, relayed orders from Mion to Keiichi or Rena. They then prepared for the ambush. The traps did not always activate when they were stepped on. Sometimes Keiichi and the others were setting them off at the right moment. Keiichi and Rena continued to fight everywhere according to Mion's orders. Sometimes they would hide, and sometimes they would attack. One by one they eliminated their enemies. Satoko's traps had been taking down most of the enemies, but Keiichi's surprise attack with his bat had worked out successfully too. Not even the well-trained mountain dogs could respond to attacks after being stunned by these traps. Humans need a little time to react. According to the research done by the U.S. Armed Forces, the average reaction time is 15 seconds. In other words, any soldier is powerless during the 15 seconds following a surprise attack. Shortening those 15 seconds is one goal of their training. But no matter how much they train, it will never become zero. Their radio communications had actually made things much worse for them. The more they heard about damage done to the other units, the more worried they got. That slowed them down and made them think less strategically. At that point, as far as Mion was concerned, the mountain dogs were no longer a force to be reckoned with. Keiichi was successful. He bundled them all up nicely together. Satoko did it too. She finished off all of them. Got it. Looks like we got 5 more points with this one. Okay, my lovelies, what are you going to do now? About 30% of your southern army has dropped out. At least 1 or 2 men have to respond to calls from injured soldiers. And what that means is that they hardly have anyone left. Any decent commander would order a retreat around now. This is Skylark 1. We have too many injured men in our unit. We do not have anyone to continue the pursuit. We have no other choice but to give up. Skylark 1. We might have been badly damaged, but we are definitely narrowing the enemy's range of action. You may not withdraw. Maintain the front with what you have got. Shit. Skylark 1 to all units. The commander is basically telling us to die. Check your supplies once more and we will resume the march. Takano-san is so mad that she will not allow it. The morale of the unit commander is down because his request to withdraw was denied and they have to resume the march. Here is our chance. Rika-chan, meet up with Rena and lure them into Section Z. The traps there are something else. Hanyu, tell Kei-chan to move on to Section X. What a fun game. Mion is in perfect form. If she was born in a different era, her name would have been in the history books. If you ask me, Nelson and Togo are both mediocre. It is like I can see this mountain inside and out. Mion was the type to display exponential ability. When she is down, she is at rock bottom, but when she is in perfect form, it is just terrifying. That was the blood of the head of one of the 3 families of Hinamizawa. If Mion had been around for a historical battle, she would have changed history. If she were to join Napoleon, Siberia would be French territory. If she were to join Hitler, Europe would belong to the Third Reich. And even with all that, the battle in the mountains was simply a diversion. Just as Mion had expected, everything had collapsed into chaos. If the mountain dogs could think calmly, they would have realized they had not seen any adults. But they did not notice, confused as they were by all the attacks they were suffering. Of course, that too was part of Mion's plan. The scale of the diversion would hide the fact that there was a rescue unit going to get Tomitake. Therefore, the more chaotic the battle grew on the mountain, the better it was for the rescue unit. That was why she chose such an ostentatious method of fighting. But at the same time, that was exactly the kind of fight Mion preferred. She did not intend to let it be just a diversion. She was planning to destroy the dog's main force on these mountains. Yet, most frightening of all was our home advantage. It was not exaggerating to say the theory that defenders have thrice the advantage over assailants is heavily due to their advantage of location. In that case, how was the rescue unit doing? Were they at a disadvantage because they were on the offense? The 4 rescue unit members, led by Irie, were hiding in a bush next to the clinic. Let's go. The security camera on this side of the clinic is broken, so it is safe. You want to attack from this side? Are you sure? Our enemy is completely dependent on the security system, so it should be alright. Okay, let's go then. Should we head along the wall to the back of the director's office? Yes. I did not close the window when I left, so it should still be open. When you go in through the window, there is a black door and a security camera, as well as a security room for the first floor. There should be 2 guards in there. The entrance to the basement is being observed by a security camera, so they will find us right away. Okay, then we have to take those 2 guards down on the first floor, right? It's a basic rule to secure an escape route. We will go in through the office and then to the security room on the first floor. They moved forward, walking against the wall so that they would remain in the blind spot of the security cameras. They soon reached the window of the director's office. If any village kids saw them, they would assume they were playing around, pretending to be spies. Irie was glad that the clinic was closed on Sundays. Irie peeked into the room. It was exactly the same as how he left it. The window was open too. The 4 of them snuck into the room through that window. Akasaka put his ear against the door to the hallway. Then he signaled the others to let them know that there was nobody on the other side. Since the clinic was closed, the male dogs were the only people around. It being Sunday really was fortunate. It was very quiet in the clinic. The chorus of the cicadas was the only thing that could be heard. There was a clock on the director's desk. It was almost 11:30. Shion was surprised to find herself getting hungry, given all that was going on. Kasai and Akasaka checked over their weapons. Irie brought out a book of blueprints from a locked bookcase. The title said Construction Plan for the Irie Clinic. This is the director's office. This is the security room for the first floor. It is right next to the office. These red marks are the security cameras. The security room on the first floor should not be a problem at all. The basement will be a lot more difficult. This is the underground research section. This is the entrance to it here. It appears as a stairwell on the second floor of the blueprint we gave to the regular workers, but there's actually an entrance to the basement hidden here. And this is a staircase to the basement. That is quite the basement. It is actually bigger than the section above ground. That proves the basement contains the real identity of this clinic. And this is a door that requires Coach's security access card to open. Is it possible for them to revoke your access card? Is there a way to break through the door just in case we cannot use it? It is a strong door. When destroying all the evidence, we are supposed to shut the door and pump water into the place. So it is an airproof door. If it can endure that much water pressure, it must be strong. So there must be no other way in than by using the access card. It is possible to block individual cards, but the access cards that Takano Sandai have are special ones for commissioned officers. These special cards require an 8-digit password set by the owner, so in practice they cannot block my card. In other words, they do not expect commissioned officers to use them with ill intent, right? But if that does not work, we will have the guards in the security room on the first floor open it. Their cards should work fine. I doubt they will let us use their cards, though. If they do not want to help, all we need is a card and a finger, right? I would rather not do that. Let's just hope my card works. Where is the security room for the basement? It is located right next to the door. That room has air conditioning and a TV, so basically is where all the security guards end up gathering. After we take down 2 guards on the first floor, there should be 6 left. 6 guards. Then we will have to get them all at once. If we do not, they will set off an alarm, unless we can cut the wires for it. I am not sure where, but they must have both reserve power and reserve wiring. Then that is a no-go. It would be more realistic to take out everyone in the security room. Are the guards armed? The guards on the first floor are not armed, but I have heard they keep guns in the security room just in case. All the security guards in the basement have guns, though. I think they have more powerful guns in their security room, too. Since those guns are for indoor use, I bet they use machine guns of a lower caliber. They will not be accurate when used at longer range, but they are extremely powerful and dangerous when used in close quarters. They had an MP5 earlier. It will not be good for us if they have several more of those, but if we can take them out, the basement is ours. Coach, where is Satoshi-kun? I would rather not move him, but we cannot leave him in the enemy's hands either. Let us move him somewhere safe. I need to be with him too. Which room is Satoshi-kun in? He is in the confinement room down there. He has been staying there since last year. Satoshi-kun. The look in Xian's eyes made clear her determination. The security guards who chased after Irie were in the security room on the first floor. They had resumed their game of poker. They knew that the mountain dogs were combing the mountains, and they were well aware that the Institute continued to be in danger. But their job was to stay in that room, and besides, they were working hard on their poker game. Of course, they were not really concentrating on the game itself. They were still both chatting about the recent car chase and boasting proud about what they had done. They were ordered to shoot at the tires, but they wished they had been ordered to shoot at Irie himself. They definitely would have caught him then. They talked and laughed like that. When people stopped being on edge, that left them all the more vulnerable. This was a perfect example. That was why it only took 2 seconds to suppress them. Put your hands on your heads. The security guards were professionals. They immediately realized the guns Kasai, Akasaka, and Shion were holding were not toys. They had already heard there was a gunfight in the basement of the Sonosaki residence. The security guards knew they were not dealing with amateurs. They also knew they would not hesitate to fire. That was why they surrendered so quickly. They had handcuffs on them already, so it was easy for Kasai and the others to restrain them. The security guards had never thought they would be wearing the cuffs themselves. They had especially never dreamed of being locked up in a toilet. Their hands were cuffed to pipes behind them as they sat on the toilet seats. Their mouths were stuffed with hand towels, then covered with duct tape. Shion, clearly amused, remarked how she always wanted to do this to someone. Kasai could not help but laugh. So far, so good. The real challenge is the basement. They will see us on a security camera. Is the camera black and white? And is the screen divided into 4 sections? I think so. It is one of those typical screens for a security camera. That means its resolution is not that great. In that case, I have an idea. Shion said maybe they have already suffered enough. The mountain dogs were not only locked in the bathroom, but had to go through extra humiliation. Radio calls continued to come in from the mountain dogs who were fighting up in the mountains. The security guards listened to them intently over the speakers. From what they could hear, it was obvious the mountain dogs were not doing well at all. They kept falling into traps, suffering heavy losses, all of which they had never expected. It was clear that the mountain dogs were trapped, but they even started to think that they were being lured into something bigger than a simple military maneuver. The mountain dogs had made a mistake. They assumed the club members went to the mountains to escape from Hinamizawa. But they were wrong. They were simply being lured into their enemy's carefully prepared territory. The panicked voices of the mountain dogs, Takano's yelling, and Okanogi's reprimands could be heard through the speaker. It certainly sounded like a war zone. Phoenix 1 to Phoenix, break time is over. We are moving in. We will take over Heron's positions. We have already suffered critical casualties on our side, but the enemy has steadily retreated and we almost have them surrounded. We are almost there. We will use Phoenix to overpower them. The Major will take command. I am going in too. We will finish them off. Hey, the Commander is going as well. Phoenix is going in too. It's an all-out attack. I cannot believe this. Have most of our units been defeated? Who are we up against anyway? What kind of special unit are they? The security guards listening to the battle reports over the radio fluctuated between dismay and rejoicing. A cue chime rang suddenly. It was a warning chime that rang automatically when someone went through the entrance to the basement. When the chime rang, the guards were supposed to check the screen to see who was coming through. The one who looked at the screen needed a moment to comprehend what he was seeing. Hey, it is Director Irie. What? They could see the two security guards on the first floor restraining Irie and some girl. This is Director Irie, right? What is going on? I get it. The unit fighting against the Mountain Dogs are a diversion. Those two are here to rescue Tomitake. Call the major and let her know we have the director. A buzzer sounded and a computer panel displayed information about the card being used to enter. Commissioned Officer Pass, Special Grade 1, Lieutenant Colonel Kiyusuke Irie, Director. Fingerprint confirmation, password confirmation. How strange. The security guards brought Irie down. That made sense. But why were they using the director's security access card? They were even using his fingerprint. Why were they having him do that? Would it not be quicker for the guards to do that themselves? One of the guards figured it out, but it was too late. The door to the basement was open and the four newcomers forced their way inside. They ran through the security camera screen and were headed straight for the security room. They had them. As soon as the door opened, the security guards started firing. Akasaka realized that if it had taken him a second longer to pull back, he would have been riddled with hundreds of bullets. One of the guards pushed the desk onto its side. The paper cups on the desk fell to the floor, spilling coffee everywhere. They used the desk as a barricade. The other two guards started to shoot at random. As long as the guards were shooting at the rescue unit, they could not counterattack. One of the guards activated the emergency alarm, and another picked up the submachine gun off the wall. The other one picked up a gas mask. It was impressive that they got their act together so quickly. A situation like this would result in a fierce gun battle, meaning that it would take quite a while for the rescue team to suppress the guards. The emergency alarm sounding in the basement reminded them that their surprise attack had failed. Shit, we could not do it. But they are stuck in that room. While they are there, we can rescue Satoshi-kun and Tomitake-san. The Mountain Dogs outside would definitely hear that alarm. If they took too long, the enemy would come to block their escape route. Then they would be trapped inside. Right. I think there was something about dealing with intruders in the security system. Irie started to speak while he tried to recollect it. Shion told him that he should have remembered something like that before they came in. Before Irie remembered, a voice came on over the speakers. There has been an emergency in the entrance block. There has been an emergency in the entrance block. All areas in the research center will be shut down as an emergency measure. All entrance area staff are to gather in the security room and put on gas masks. Please follow the security guard's instructions. The gas will be disseminated automatically in the entrance area within 2 minutes. I repeat. So we will have to take them down and cancel the alarm within 2 minutes or we will be in big trouble. What kind of gas are we talking about here? Is it poisonous? I think it is diphenyl cyanoarsine. Diphenyl cyanoarsine. If you inhale a lot of it, it is dangerous, but it's not deadly. It only takes a few seconds to take effect. There are many symptoms, but the most common one is to sneeze for about 30 minutes. Is that not also called red agent? The military used it to secure enemy territories. They either had to run out of there immediately or take over the security room, but since the area had been sealed off, they could not escape. But there were armed guards in the security room, and if the rescue unit members even peeked around the corner, they would be shot at mercilessly. Damn, this will not work. We cannot aim and shoot in this situation. The basics of indoor combat. Grenades. Shit, we do not have any. If we rush in, we will be shot at. What can we do? Satoshi-kun is finally within my reach. Damn it! Shion pressed her forehead against her gun, gritting her teeth in frustration. As Kasai analyzed the situation, she stood up and spoke. Everyone, let me handle this. The guards in the security room were on edge too. Once the gas was flowing, everything would come to an end, but the guards knew their enemy would not just sit and wait for that to happen. They would come rushing in, regardless of the counterattack they would face. Although the guards would still have the upper hand, it would be a point-blank gunfight. They would not come out of it unscathed. Therefore, as the deadline approached, their tension increased. The guards never even considered that the door they opened would be shut again. They fired at the door, leaving many small holes in it. After that, it all went quiet. What were they thinking? There was nowhere to hide. The gas was about to be released. Why did they close the door? For what reason did they do that? That was when a loud explosion punched a hole in the door the size of a fist. Not only the door, but the wall in the security room had a similar hole. Is it a magnum? No, that is a slug. A calm voice echoed from the other side of the door. Correct. This weapon is not meant to be fired at a person. You know how powerful it is, right? Shit. The power of a slug bullet is limited to extremely close-range battles, but is also incredibly powerful. After all, it is fired from a shotgun, but it does not scatter. A shotgun is meant to fire scatter shots, but it can be used to fire one huge, incredibly powerful bullet. That is the slug. It is usually used for hunting. It is used to shoot at animals, not humans. If it was used on a human, their arms and legs would be shattered, and nothing would be left of the head. It should not even be called a bullet. It should be called a cannon. It would easily pierce through the door, the desk they were using as a barricade, and any guards hiding behind the desk before slamming into the wall. The guards understood very well just how powerful it was. The kind of guns they had shot out many small bullets. Therefore, they did not work as well through a door. But their enemies did not care about the door at all. Their weapon could easily pierce through anything. Hiding behind a desk did not mean a thing. You understand how powerful my weapon is, correct? If you do not want to die, please turn the alarm off. Calm down. The gas will be released any minute. We have to hang in there just for a few more seconds. Do you not realize your guts will be scattered all over the floor before that happens? Kasai's voice was extremely intimidating. Only one who truly understood the power of the shotgun could talk that way. We do not have time. I will give you 5 seconds. If that alarm is not turned off in 5 seconds, well, be prepared for that. Hey, what do we do? There are about 60 seconds left before the gas is released. Calm down, he is nervous too. Do not let him take control of the situation. That was when a deep voice rang out, reverberating through the pit of their stomachs. Hey, I have been nice up until now, but did you not hear what I just said? It must have been coming from the same person, but it had changed so much so quickly. I, Tatsuyoshi Kasai, am giving you the chance to live. Aren't you a bit grateful for that, you pieces of shit? You do not think I am serious, do you? Huh? Answer me. A roar and explosion sounded at the same time. The upper half of the door disappeared. Numerous lead balls bounced around in the room, breaking the lights and ricocheting off the floors. Shattered glass fell onto the floor. The shotgun had turned the security room into hell. The hurricane of lead balls blew violently through the room as it shattered, scattered, and destroyed everything. The guards could only cover their heads and pray. They prayed the lead balls would not hit them and injure the falling glass. Before they had a chance to recover, Kasai jumped in through what was left of the door and kicked the desk aside. He stepped onto one guard's head and yelled at the others. Alright, who wants to be minced first? Is it you? What happened to that attitude just now, huh? No, I give up. Do not shoot. Do not waste my time, you shithead. Do you want to die? I have dealt with far more dead people than any of you. Sorry, please do not kill me. They dropped their guns voluntarily and got on the floor with their hands on their heads. Even Shion could not believe what just happened. There were several of them and all had been amply armed. Kasai had a weapon too, but it was his presence that defeated them. Even the male dogs could not equal what Kasai once had to go through. What the heck are you taking a nap for? Do you want to inhale the gas? I can easily rip your masks off, you know. Turn the fucking alarm off already. Okay, I will turn it off. I will. Do not shoot. Do not shoot. One of the guards got up in a hurry and switched the alarm off. Kasai stood there calmly, but they were only seconds away from the gas releasing. Shion and Akasaka came to their senses and quickly moved into the room to help Kasai subdue the guards. Kasai, you are... I never wanted to do something like that again, but it was an emergency. Please forget about it. That was the Kasai Shion knew. But in the end, Kasai had not killed anyone. Shion remembered Kasai telling her how terrifying shotguns were in the basement of the Sonozaki residence. That was Shotgun Tatsu, whom all the people in Shishiba were so afraid of. Let us hurry. The alarm has gone off already. We cannot stay for long. You are right. Let us hurry. Akasaka and Kasai pulled out the guards' handcuffs and restrained them. Satoshi-kun. Where is Satoshi-kun? Now that the security room was under their control, Shion realized there was nothing keeping her from seeing Satoshi. She was getting anxious. Irie had shown her the map. He must be down here somewhere, she thought. Shion had already started to run. I am going to. We have to evacuate Satoshi-kun and Tomitake-san. Alright, go ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Akasaka felt a chill running down his spine. Irie said there were 6 security guards. Shion was not paying attention to anything else. She was only thinking about her reunion with Satoshi, as she still could not hear in her left ear. To make things worse, the security guard is waiting on the left side of Shion. Shion had to regret laying her guard down just a bit too early. The male dog jumped out and grabbed Shion. He choked her neck with his thick arm. There was no way Shion could get out of the situation alone. Irie saw what had happened. Fortunately, their backs were turned towards him. Here was Irie's chance to attack the enemy. But today, Irie had lost a lot of confidence in himself. He felt he had not done anything right all day. Fighting was not his expertise, so there really was not anything he could have done, but he was disappointed in himself for not being able to help just the same. But in that moment, he was the only one who could do anything. If possible, he wanted to go get Kasai or Akasaka. They were both very reliable. They could take out this man in an instant. But there was no time for that. Only in this moment was his back facing Irie. And if Irie did not do anything, the dog was sure to take Shion hostage, creating a deadlock. Enemy backup could arrive at any moment, so being in a deadlock would mean death. Therefore, Irie could not depend on anyone else. He had to resolve the situation himself. He only had one chance. Once unit member turned around, the deadlock would begin. But was there even a way for Irie to knock him down in one shot? No, he had to. He must. There had to be something that only Irie could do. Irie took a mechanical pencil out of his pocket. It was probably the strongest weapon he had. Damn it, Director. Irie stabbed the man's neck with his mechanical pencil, but it only scratched him a little. What was he thinking? The man drew his gun, pressed it to Shion's head, and created a stalemate, just as Irie predicted. Sorry, I was only thinking about Satoshi-kun. Shion's eyes were filled with tears. Okay, Director, could you please tell your friends to get rid of their weapons? Going by that huge sound before, one of you has a pretty big gun. I do not want to get shot with that. Come on, Irie. Remember Kasai-san from earlier? You can do it. Do not make me laugh. Do you really think you can deal with me? Here, in this basement of the Irie Institute? What? Do not assume this is a regular mechanical pencil. This is actually a syringe that Takano-san developed. Do you want to know what was in it? Do I need to explain? What? If a regular person had said that, it would not have worked. But Irie was wearing his white coat, and the basement was his territory. What he just said sounded very believable. He wanted to believe that Irie was lying, but he started to feel an itch on the back of his neck. H178 is a drug Takano-san created. It is a masterpiece of the 170 series. There is no treatment, and symptoms such as confusion, delusion, headaches, runny nose, stuffy nose, constipation, and many other things will start within a few minutes. In the end, you'll scratch your butt so hard you'll bleed to death. The only cure is to take the antidote within a minute. That is a lie. 30 seconds have passed. It is going through your heart by now, and soon it will be everywhere in your body. Do your lymph nodes not itch yet? Do you snore or fart when you sleep? Shion could only watch his pathetic act in silence, but for the mountain dog who worked at such a shady research center, what Irie said sounded totally believable. Shit. Okay, I give up. Hurry up and give me the shot. Is that the correct way to ask someone to do something for you? Okay, I give up, sir. Please give me the shot. No, that is not good enough. That is not how you talk to your master. I will tell you one more time. Are you ready? I have to inject you in the butt. Get on your hands and knees with your pants down. After that, stick your butt up by putting your shoulders on the floor. Bite your right thumbnail and turn around. There you go. Shake your butt and beg me to give you the antidote. What, you cannot do that? That's sad. Ever since ancient times, maids vowed complete royalty to their masters. Their selfless devotion has created the virtues and culture that we enjoy today. But look what is happening to that wonderful Japan nowadays. Youngsters have forgotten the spirit of maids, tanned their skin, and started wearing loose socks and flashy Hawaiian fashion. What happened to Japanese women of the good old days? Be careful of excessive tanning and take care of your skin. To keep it smooth, socks must be knee-high, of course, but garter belts are wonderful too. But once in a while, high socks are okay too. And cultivate the spirit of a maid. Come to think, Japan has forgotten all about the wabi-sabi aesthetic and maids. The low birth rate and the aged society are a result of that. The middle-aged population continues to grow and it is only a matter of time before Moe Media starts targeting that audience. Up until now, older women's series were treated as niche and porn shops, but eventually they will occupy a huge corner. Middle-aged women and maids are just like different kinds of toilet detergent. They are dangerous to mix. If you mix them together, then you get housekeepers, not maids, and housekeepers will be the series of videos people watch. That would mean the extinction of maids. When that time comes, the moon will shatter into a sad rain upon the world, and an asteroid belt will cover the earth. That is when the Judgment Day prophesied in Revelations, when the great maid headbands cover the entire world. The true king of maids will revive. I really don't like how it sort of cuts off that a little bit. Are you okay, Shion-chan? Yes, thank you. Listen carefully. You stand before the king of maids. Kneel, take back the stone from that kid. Here are the magic words. Lite latuparita maid. Coach? Akasaka-san and Kasai are here. They got him. What? But I am not finished teaching him about maids yet. We can continue later, Director. Satoshi-kun. There really was nobody left to stop her. Shion ran through the hallway at full speed. Shion ran down the hallway at full speed. It was right there. There was a huge window in front of Shion that allowed her to look inside. Shion threw herself at the window. Satoshi was there, lying on the bed. He was sleeping with an IV connected to his arm. There were some wires attached to his forehead and chest to observe his brain waves. The waves of light displayed on the machine that he connected to proved that he was at least still alive. But he might be sleeping very deeply. His face was pale and he looked like there was barely any life left in him. He is alive, right? Satoshi-kun is alive, is he not? Calm down. Dr. Irie, hurry. Irie brought in a stretcher to load Satoshi onto. Kasai opened it up. Hurry, put Satoshi-kun on it. Shion-san, before we take him out of here, there is one thing I want you to promise me. Irie gave Shion a condition. What is he saying now? Shion angrily thought. I am going to move him onto the stretcher, but do not try to wake him up. Do you understand? I want you to promise me. Why? Why can I not wake him up? That was the first thing Shion wanted to do. She wanted to tell him personally that he was free, but Irie was telling her that she could not do that. I know it is hard. I am going to tell you the truth quickly. Satoshi-kun suffered serious emotional damage on that day. Fortunately, he is alive, but he cannot tell his friends from his enemies or truth from fiction. He is suffering from a serious delusion of persecution and fear. To escape from that, he would attack anyone. In fact, one of the clinic staff was seriously injured last year, so much that she had to go through facial reconstruction surgery. He would even attack you. Shion finally noticed it. While Satoshi was covered in a blanket on the bed, there were two belts over that blanket, holding him down on the bed, and that he also had leather straps around his arms. He was restrained to the bed. The belts had some marks on them. But is he ever going to get better? The silence that followed was cruel. Irie wanted to tell her that he would be cured, but he was a doctor. He knew he should not say anything irresponsible, and so that was why he could not say anything. What is it? What the heck is it? Are you saying Satoshi-kun will never say anything anymore? He will never rub my head ever again? Why? Why? Shion cried as she pounded on the glass. Stop. If you really care about him, please do not wake him up. That is what he wants too. If you wake him up, he will likely hurt you. He does not want you to see him like that either. So please, try to understand. Why? Shion slid down the window and hit the floor, crying uncontrollably. She scratched at the floor. The sad reunion and her anger made her claw at the tiles. If Satoshi's smile was there under the floor, Shion would scratch until all of her nails were gone. But Satoshi was not under the floor. He was right there. He was sleeping on the bed, and he was not supposed to be woken up. But there is some good news too. It was a very small change, but his brainwaves have improved just a little in the past year. Human bodies are strong. The same can be said about their brains. There have been cases of people who received fatal injuries to their brain, yet recovered completely. Satoshi-kun is trying very hard to come back. He is continuing to fight. I will not give up either. I am doing my best to bring Satoshi-kun back to our side. And I will bring Satoshi-kun back to Hinamizawa. The brain is what moves people, but the brain is only a part of the body. If something happens to the brain, the person will end up changing. That change hurts the person himself as well as the people around him, and hurting others hurts that person even more. Irie recalled his parents. The abnormal change in his father. His mother was not able to understand that was caused by a brain disorder. That was enough. That was sad enough. That was the reason why Irie became a neurologist. Right now there was a young boy before him, and a young girl. Before him was a fragment of sadness from that day, a fragment of that day's regret. After his father's death, Irie learned that he was misunderstood, and that was due to a brain disorder. But it was all too late by then. He regretted not getting into the study of brains 5 years earlier, but it was too late. But now he had studied and experienced so much. He had achieved things and he had confidence, but he still had regrets about that day. Irie holds his fist tightly and spoke without hiding his tears. I promise. I bet my life on it. I will bring Satoshi-kun back to Hinamizawa. I promise you. Satoshi-kun is trying to come back. If we reach out to each other, it will happen. Shion-san, please trust me and wait. I promise you. I will bring him back to Hinamizawa. Irie vowed this from the bottom of his heart, and he realized something. Irie realized that everything he had done was in preparation for this day. The two people in front of him were not his parents, but He was going to rid himself of his regrets and devote himself to that promise. Really? Are you sure? Is Satoshi-kun coming back? Really? Yes, he is. I bet my life on it. He is coming back to Hina-Mizawa. So, Shion-san, please wait until that day, and we will welcome him back together. Do you think you can wait until that day comes? Can you keep this a secret from Satoko-chan? Yes. If Satoshi-kun is coming back, I will do anything. I will endure anything. Please, look over there. There was something in the corner of that dark room. It was the giant teddy. Fuck! Somebody is cutting onions in my house now. I don't know who, but yeah, there's an onion ninja here somewhere. The giant teddy bear that Satoshi had brought that day. He worked so hard and saved a lot of money to buy that for Satoko-chan's birthday. Can you imagine Satoshi-kun leaving without giving it to Satoko-chan? No, you cannot, can you? Satoshi-kun will come back to you and Satoko-chan with that teddy bear. Please, just wait until the day comes. Can I visit him, though? Of course. Can I sit next to him and read a book to him? And, absolutely. I'm sure he would like that too. Shion started to cry again. Akasaka came in with Tomitake, but he could not say anything to her. I am glad you are safe. Once you call the bloodhounds, everything will be okay. Well, it will not be that easy. That gunfight earlier destroyed the radio equipment in the security room. The mountain dogs must have cut all the communications leading out of the village, so the only way to get in touch with Tokyo would be to leave. If that is the case, we will have to break through in a car. Mion-san and the others are doing a great job gaining some time for us, but they will be cornered eventually. We have to take Tomitake-san out of the village so he can call the bloodhounds. We have a problem. If they have already cut the phone lines, they must have closed the road to town too. They are also supposed to carry one high-explosive anti-tank weapon in case a vehicle tries to break through. An RPG-7, huh? They are not expecting a tank, so I guess they will be using high explosives. Even if they do not hit us directly, they might flip the car. They are not easy to deal with. But unless we use a highway, it would take too much time. We cannot take any detours. They are all doing great, but I do not think they will last until sunset. We have to hurry. We do not have any time to waste. We have got to take Mr. Tomitake to Okinomiya immediately. Coach, head to a safe place with Satoshi-kun. Let us get out of here quickly. It is only a matter of time before they show up. Shion's eyes were swollen from crying, but she had calmed down. Satoshi's safety depended on their victory. They had to win for his sake too. Although this is a very sad situation, Satoshi was alive, and he would be back someday. Shion understood that, but yet more tears poured from her eyes. Sis, everyone, thank you. We have succeeded over here. Takano did not have enough stamina to walk around in the mountains. She was running out of breath, but even so, she continued to scream at the mountain dogs on the radio. She was not using an intercom like the mountain dogs were. Instead, she was using the communication unit on the back of one of the dogs, so we constantly had to listen to her yelling. Damn, everyone is so useless. How can they call themselves a special unit? Whatever happened to the famous mountain dogs, huh? Takano bit her lower lip and squeezed her left arm with her nails. Her arms had nail marks all over them. She was holding her grandfather's research scrapbook in her left hand. Even Takano did not know why she was holding it. Maybe she grabbed it unconsciously because she wanted her grandfather to comfort her. The mountain dogs had already suffered devastating damage. They had to walk around in an area they were not familiar with, and they wasted their energy on the multitude of traps that had been set. Although they were as tough as they can be, they were getting exhausted. Shit! Does the Major even know any commands other than attack? 9 Gale 1 to 9 Gale 13. Watch out, your left wing is down. You are next. You have got to be kidding me. Why me, damn it? He panicked. The same thing kept happening. His team members had been going down one at a time starting from the left flank, and he was next. Did that mean the enemy was coming from his 9 o'clock? No, those teams did not think normally. On this mountain, being aware of 360 around yourself was not enough. Even being cautious of the ground below your feet and sky above your head was not enough. Where are they fucking coming from? Those bastards! Come here, come the fuck at me! 9 Gale 13 held his taser in front of him as he looked around timidly. This taser could have been a powerful weapon, but was far more effectively used indoors. On this mountain, it was almost worthless. 9 Gale 13 heard a noise behind him from a bush. He thought he saw something, so he fired his taser. The electrodes flew out into the bush. Did he just imagine it? He felt a tug on his taser. The cord from the taser was stuck in the bush and he could not rewind it. If it was not useless before, it had certainly become that way. Then he heard a noise behind him again, and this time he saw someone coming at him, but his weapon was useless. The newcomer growled at him. Damn you. That was all it took. Because he was so scared, he did not think. That was exactly what Satoko expected. Satoko, who was up in the tree, dropped the metal bucket on his head. It landed perfectly. What the heck? What is this? The bucket had some drawings on it. What were they? They were drawings of strange, unknown creatures. They somehow resembled those strange characters you see on educational TV programs. Are they not just so cute? Take it home with you. As Rena jumped out from another bush, she hit the bucket with a stick. No, maybe it should be described as a strike, instead of a hit. The man flew backwards. Keiichi was ready for him. The stance he was in looked a bit like... That is it. He looked like a batter in a batter's box. He was on one foot. That was the legendary one-foot swing created by that one world-famous baseball player. Destructive force cannot be measured from just one direction. It is a function of both speeds added together. Both Keiichi's strike and the speed of his opponent create a truly amazing destructive force. A home run bunt. With an exhilarating and magnificent sound, the Mountain Dog flew into the air in the opposite direction. Then he rolled down on the ground and stopped. There, Rika awaited him. It was almost as though they calculated that he would end up there. Poor thing, poor thing. Pat, pat. Rika patted the bucket happily. This comforting moment for Nightingale 13 only lasted for a second. Mion shot her taser at his butt. Nightingale 13 jerked for a moment, then went limp. Another one down. Let's tie him up. Keiichi and Rena jumped on him and tied his hands behind his back with wire. That was great. What a team we are. That was perfect. We shall do combination 7 next. I want to do 5 again. Oh, you liked that one, did you? You might have a hidden talent for using traps, Hanyu-san. Hanyu and Satoko high-fived. While Keiichi and Rena tied Nightingale 13 up, Rika tried to send something in the air. I feel something coming towards us from that direction. There are 2, and they are both very scared. Rika reported to Mion. She was a bit like a radar. Mion did not even care about the guy they had just knocked out. She was already trying to figure out their next move while looking at Satoko's map and using the info Rika gave her. Everyone eagerly awaited Mion's next order. Why are you looking at me that way? You have not had enough fun yet? Yeah, I guess we are just getting warmed up. Shall we continue? Let's get them all. Mion was a great leader. She had both leadership skills and tactical ability, but more than anything else, she was great at encouraging people's spirits. There are no cowardly soldiers under a brave general, and brave soldiers fight like a million men under Mion's command. Nobody could stop Mion and her club members. Both Mion and Okanoki's original estimates were too low. Now Okanoki was thinking something else. Before they started the siege, he likened one of them to a well-trained platoon. But that did not fit anymore. They were on par with an elite armored division. Foot soldiers could not beat an armored division. What Okanoki had was just a company. Where was the air support or bombardment from a warship or an artillery base? Okanoki needed someone to pump the mountain full of holes. If he could not have that, he needed a submarine to fire a nuke. If he could not have that, he wanted to retreat. Okanoki no longer doubted it. The enemy commander was a genius. Under a mighty commander, all soldiers became heroes. He wanted to see the face of the commander, or at least he wanted to know their name. But then Okanoki remembered that demons used to live in Hinamizawa. He also realized the commander had to be a demon. This is Nightingale 13, I am down. Phoenix 4, I am down. This is Skylark 10. I can hear the voices of children. I am surrounded. Help me. Skylark 10, fall back. To where? This is Phoenix 9, I found R. I am following her, I need assistance. Phoenix 9, where are you? I do not know where you are. Give me your current location. There is a fog. It is cold. Is this a riverbank? Phoenix 9, there are no rivers anywhere near us. Calm down. Where are you? What? I can see my dead sister on the other side of the river. Sis. Phoenix 9, answer me. Phoenix 9 is down. This is impossible. They must be the demons of this mountain. I know, they are all being demoned away. None of us are making it out of here alive tonight. Stop saying things like that. All unit leaders conduct a roll call and give your members some encouragement. Our enemies are not demons. They are just a bunch of damn kids. Show them what we have got. I hear that. Whose intercom is it coming from? Not mine. It is not coming from mine. A bear. This is Phoenix 3. Are there wild bears here? That was not in the briefing. Phoenix 1, let us fall back. Give us approval to use firearms. Do not be stupid. There are no wild bears around here. It is just them. Do not let them fool you. You foolish humans. Know your sins for stepping onto the sacred ground. Be grateful to me, for I am giving you a chance to atone. Damn it, she has one of our intercoms. Do not let the enemy fool you. You fearless humans. If you can only learn by making mistakes, then I shall teach you. This is Nightingale 1. Where is everyone? Where did you all go? Come in. I see a helpless bird getting lost in a forbidden forest. Do you want to know that badly? Do you want to know about the world of demons? Say goodbye to the world of humans. Curse your foolishness for not listening to my warning. Who was that? Nightingale roll call. One more down. Who was it? By the way, HQ, I have someone on my left, right? I am not alone, am I? Do you want to hear more painful voices? What was that? What made that sound? I have seen someone jump in front of a train before. It made the exact same sound. That is the sound of a human body being crushed. I do not want to die like that. I do not want to die. I do not want to die. Please, God of the mountain, please stop. I am not doing this because I want to. I am doing this because I get paid for it. Nightingale 1 to base. This is not working. Too many unit members are dropping out and it is almost impossible to get them to fight anymore. We cannot maintain the battle line. We are just going to lose more men. Calm down, Nightingale 1. The rest of our soldiers are all amateurs in the field. You graduated from that hell. So what are you doing getting shook up? Calm down and set an example. Base, there is no response from Nightingale 1. I cannot believe it, but he is down. This is impossible. They are demons. No. Damn it. Our enemy is even using psychological warfare. Those damn punks are winning against a professional unconventional warfare unit. Radios are usually helpful communication tools, but in this case they backfired. The club members took an intercom from a mount dog they knocked out and used it to corner the other members psychologically. It worked even more effectively because they were in enemy territory and were unfamiliar with the terrain. The best solution would be to make everyone stop using the intercom, but that would give the enemy more chances to attack them individually. Okanoki was growing fearful of the club members, as he still had not grasped their true identities. However, Takano still had not recognized how serious the situation was. She kept yelling at the mount dogs to get their act together. Okanoki could tell she was exactly the type of commander who only commanded to attack and let her men die. But Takano's reckless orders were working in a way. Although the club members were winning, their area of operation was getting smaller. The club members were trying to lure their enemies to one trap area after another. In other words, they were defeating the mount dogs by allowing them to come into their territory. The mount dogs were about to be annihilated, but the curtains were closing on the club members' theater too. Okanoki realized his enemies were trying to finish this battle in a hurry. If the mount dogs fell back, everything they had done would be for nothing. He did not want to, but he had to follow the princess's order. Okanoki figured he was finally about to get his enemies. Hanyu and Keiichi continued to act over the commandeered radio. That was great, Hanyu-chan. You sounded like a real god. You really were awesome, Hanyu. I never thought a normal person could sound like that. That is because she is a god, Nippa. But Keiichi was great too. His scream was incredible, like someone was strangling a chicken. That was easy for Keiichi-san, no? In our club, he is also known as the Magician of Words. As long as my opponent is a human being with ears, I can control him. You should become a voice actor. I bet you would be famous, Nippa. Can you hear me? I am Takano, Major Takano. I am your boss's boss. Listen well, there is no god or demon. And if there is, you can still fight. Drag God down from its pedestal. Skylark and Nightingale join up and reorganize your forces. Phoenix, you join the remainder of Heron. The enemies are near the top of the mountain. Their base is probably somewhere by the Forestry Service's storage shed. They are at the top, so of course they could see our movements. They will be trying to ambush you. Even if you have to stab each other, make sure you take them out. Major, let us arm ourselves. We need more than tasers. Absolutely not. We have finally surrounded them. If we fall back, they will escape. We almost have our hands around their necks. We just have to squeeze them. At the same time, Okanoki received another radio call. Using that alignment, his caller did not want Takano to hear the conversation. Okanoki understood the meaning of that, so he walked away from Takano and answered quietly. Command vehicle to Phoenix 1, there has been an emergency. The research area of the clinic has been attacked. We received the intruder alarm from the entrance area, but it was turned off. But whoever turned it off did not follow the false alarm procedure. We have been trying to confirm the situation, but there has been no response as of yet. All the security unit members in the basement have gone quiet. Okonogi understood everything. He had been fooled. He suspected a diversion, but he never even thought that the heavily armed security unit of the Mound Dogs could be bested. If the enemies were soldiers in camouflage, then he would not have been fooled. He underestimated them because he thought they were kids. But now he really understood. He understood the reason why no adults had showed up in this battle on the mountain. I get it. Did you let Kuku and Tokyo know? Not yet. Would you like me to? Do it now. Tomitake has escaped. We have closed the escape route, but I guess that is no use. They defeated even the armed security unit within seconds. I do not think one RPG could stop them. Should we send reinforcements to the blockade team? Fool. If we had any extra men, the princess would have already sent them in. Actually, you're the only one who is not doing anything. Get in touch with the blockade team. Tell them to be prepared for a vehicle trying to break through the roadblock. Roger. Roger, we will be ready. Everyone, listen up. I just found out that the clinic has been attacked and the hostage has escaped. The enemy is expected to break through the blockade. Get the RPG ready. We will fire at them all at once. We have permission to shoot. One of the Mound Dogs nodded and opened a narrow case in the trunk of the van. In that case was a powerful anti-tank weapon designated RPG-7. This was a weapon that many said changed the history of modern warfare. After all, this terrifying weapon had a firing range of over several hundred meters and was capable of burying most tanks in existence. The dawn of this weapon meant that we were now in an age where a lone-foot soldier possessed the firepower to destroy a tank. It was capable of reshaping the history of warfare. That was the RPG-7. Each of the other four members had an MP5, the weapon used to destroy the tire on Irai's car. There was no question that the blockade team was well armed. They waited in the van until the enemy vehicle showed up. Once they saw a suspicious vehicle, they were planning to stop it by moving into the middle of the road. They were intending on destroying that vehicle by firing all at once. They all watched very carefully for suspicious vehicles coming from Hinamizawa. This was the only road that connected Hinamizawa to Okinomiya. It would take more than half a day to get there if they used a different route. Their blockade was where the gravel road changed to a paved road. It was what people called the village border, and it was their last chance to stop anyone from leaving. Hinamizawa was at a higher elevation from that point, so the vehicle would be coming downhill. They were probably expecting a barricade, as well as heavy resistance from the mountain dogs. If they wanted to pass this point, the only way would be by force. They could start a gunfight, but that would take too much time. Since they did not want to waste any, they should avoid unnecessary conflict. Someone's stomach growled, but nobody made fun of it. That was understandable, since all the members were getting ready for a battle. Nobody even wanted to laugh. We looked at the clock. It was almost noon. Of course we would be getting hungry. At that time they heard a noise coming from the direction of Hinamizawa. Obviously the car was going very fast. Here they come! The van moved to the middle of the road and stopped there. Some of them hid behind the van and some hid in bushes on the side of the road. They pointed their guns at the suspicious vehicle coming towards them. The car must have been going very fast, but this was a straight road. No matter how fast it was going, it could not escape. That car happened to belong to Kasai. The shining black paint and the sound of the engine made it clear that it was a very nice car. Wait until the last possible second. We can only fire once. Make sure to get them in one shot. The RPG-7 fires unguided rockets. Therefore, hitting a quickly moving target is extremely difficult. In this case, however, their target was straight ahead. If the car tried to swerve suddenly, it would flip. If that was the case, it was not necessary to shoot directly at it. Besides, according to what Kasai said, its power can easily flip a car without a direct hit. Even if there was only one chance to fire, the Mound Dogs were definitely in an advantageous position. Tomitake-san, a suspicious van is blocking the road. Please stay low. Careful, try to hit the nose of the van. I know, I have done this before. The mountain dogs aimed at the vehicle. It was coming right for them. Not yet. Not yet. Wait until it is within 100 meters. I know, just range me. The mountain dogs in the bushes laid in wait, ready to fire. The rocket on the tip glinted eerily, like it was waiting for its prey. 200 meters. 150. Prepare to fire. The soldier put his finger on the trigger of the RPG-7. Akasaka-san, prepare for impact. 100 meters. Fire. What happened? Did not the RPG-7 fire? That was when the one measuring the distance next to the shooter noticed something. The shooter's shoulder had been hit and he was tumbling to the ground. Was there a sniper? I did not hear anything, so it must have been from over 400 meters away. Who cares? Fire! Only their regular guns could stop the car. Now, the other mountain dogs fired all at once, but immediately they realized something. The car had been hit by a hail of bullets at close range. Any normal car would have been on fire in short order. But there was nothing. This was not a normal car. Of course it is not. That is the Sonosaki family's special-made bulletproof limousine. Kasai. The spotter picked up the RPG. Do not let him fire. Do you think I'm going to miss him at this distance? Shion and Kasai were far beyond that straight road. They were in the enemy's blind spot on the other side of the hill, on top of an abandoned car. Shion was on her knees checking the mountain dog's movements with a pair of military-grade, high-power binoculars. Kasai was lying on top of the car with a sniper rifle in his hands. Shion figured this would be where the mountain dog would place her ambush, so the only way for them to beat the dog was to snipe at them. Both Shion and Kasai took sniping lessons in the US during the dam conflict. Kasai was now aiming at the man who picked up the RPG and was trying to take position with it. Hurry up, fire it. What? Again, the RPG was not fired and was down on the ground. The two who tried to shoot were both groaning and clutching at their wounds. They were both shot in the shoulder. The wounds would not kill them, but they definitely could not fire that rocket. The car had arrived. The mountain dog screamed and dove out of its way. Akasaka must have been used to driving in this kind of situation. He hit the nose of the van just right and broke through the blockade. The van was hurled away and spun in a circle. After them. Let's go, let us go. As the mountain dogs tried to get back in the van, Shion and Kasai shot at them. There is a delay between the impact and the sound of the gunshot. It is an extra long distance snipe. He must be a veteran sniper. Also a veteran spotter. They must know exactly where we are. Their aim is just too precise. The scope on a sniper rifle is one specifically made for sniping. Therefore its field of vision is so narrow that the sniper is unable to see their surroundings well. That is why it is always necessary to pair up with a spotter. A spotter uses powerful binoculars to probe the situation and communicate information to the sniper. Snipers cannot do their job alone. Their potential is unleashed only when paired up with a spotter equally as skilled. They tried to stand up and climb into the van, but the ultra-velocity rifle bullets pinned them down. The bullets ripped through the air, traveling faster than the speed of sound. The noise those bullets created was nothing like the sound from a normal gun. It almost sounded like the Grim Reaper himself swinging down his scythe. Furthermore, they could see the mountain dogs, but the dogs could not see them. I saw a really cool horror movie once that was like that. The entire idea was it was a abandoned road in the middle of nowhere, and dude was sniping at him. That was a pretty cool movie, Downrange. Only those who actually had experience being sniped at could understand this fear. We cannot even go near the van. Forget about us, just go. Okay, we will go after them. There was a driver and one mountain dog in the van. They had to leave, otherwise it would be too late. The driver made a snap judgment and slammed on the gas pedal. Are they after us? Yeah, they are after us. Boy, he drives well. He is catching up in that van. That is worrying. Please fend them off. I will leave it to you. Tomitake opened a window near one of the back seats and leaned out. Hot air blew into the car. Though the car was jolting up and down on the bumpy road, he checked the mechanism of his gun calmly. He did it naturally, as though examining his favorite camera. The gun had been taken from one of the security guards in the basement. One of the dogs in the van held the same gun in his hands. Their weapons were evenly matched. The road was no longer straight. It curved like a snake. There were some bumps and sharp curves, which made things in the car fly all over. A gunfight in this situation would be extremely difficult. Tomitake realized he would run empty in no time if he wasted bullets, so instead of firing recklessly, he carefully waited for the right distance. And so doing, tried to convince his enemy they were still out of range to make them close the gap. On the other hand, the mountain dog could not take it any longer. He fired, wasting his bullets on the bumpy road. Some of those bullets hit the body of Kasai's car, making a nasty metallic noise. Tomitake-san, it is not safe to lean out like that. Do not worry. A shooter that clumsy cannot hit me. If he was my student, he would have to start all over. In a situation like this, it is safer to wait and see for a moment. We learn to predict our opponent's behavior and shoot depending on that prediction. Do not try to shoot the target. Try to let the bullet find it. Just like this. Tomitake fired for the first time, after cautiously waiting for the perfect moment. Those who understand guns would be fascinated with his shooting form. His stance was so firm he did not lose control, even in the violent burst of shots, yet there was no unnecessary tension and just enough slack. Despite being such an anomalous position as leaning out from the car, Tomitake was shooting very precisely. It was nothing like what the mountain dogs did earlier. He shot just the right time, so his bullet went where it was supposed to go. It was hard to believe that they were using the same gun. Nasty metallic sounds etched themselves into the body of the van, which made the mountain dogs realize just how good Tomitake was. Shit, he is a crazy good shot. He is not just some office worker in Tokyo. I heard it once before. First Lieutenant Tomitake was transferred to the offices after an accident, but during his instructor years he taught marksmanship for unconventional warfare units. What are you saying? Are you saying he is... Tomitake started to aim for the driver's seat to pressure them to give up. The mountain dogs could tell they were in a predicament. Tomitake was capable of hitting his targets easily, even on such a bad road. Furthermore, they were in a bulletproof limousine, while the mountain dogs were in a regular van. The van, which, incidentally, was facing the limousine in pursuit. All his shots had just been warning ones. Unless the mountain dogs called off the chase, Tomitake would start shooting at them soon enough. They had no chance of winning. Phoenix 1 to pursuit vehicle. If the blockade was broken through, that is enough. Do not go too far. Tomitake is an expert sniper. Do not throw away your lives. What do we do? Can we let them go? Roger, this is a pursuit vehicle. Abandoning pursuit. We are falling back. Looks like they finally gave up. They are slowing down. Even after such a gunfight, you are still so calm. I bet you have gone through quite a bit. It is all thanks to my training. Tomitake, having slid back into the car, raised his fist in victory. He was as easygoing as ever, even after a gunfight. Akasaka felt like he was finally getting to know Tomitake for the first time. First Lieutenant Tomitake, I am glad you are safe. We were so worried that we could not get in touch with you. Tomitake was making a call from a telephone booth outside of Okinomiya. The phone lines around there were on a different network than the one the Mound Dogs had sabotaged. That was why he could make the call. Tomitake had called Tokyo immediately. He told Tokyo that there were some spies from the Mound Dog within Tokyo's research division, which is how they found out where he was. He also told them that he was captured but that he had escaped. He told them that they were fooled by the diversion and that they were on the mountain as they spoke. While he was captured, Major Takano, the ringleader, had hinted at the existence of masterminds she was working for. He explained everything that he had learned thus far. Please take control of the Irie Institute immediately. They have already fired repeatedly and it will only be a matter of time before the villagers find something out. I urge you to give the command for the Bloodhounds to take action. Hello, this is Oka from the Research Division. I am glad you are safe. The Bloodhounds are already standing by in the air, approximately 30 kilometers south of Hinamizawa. We have been requesting an order to move in, but the higher-ups are stubborn and do not want any problems, so they have been hesitating. But if you are safe, then that makes things simple. I will tell them what you just told me now. I am sure they will approve the operation immediately. The Bloodhounds will arrive within 20 minutes. We just got an arrest order from Major Takano and First Lieutenant Okunogi. We also got orders to secure the Irie Institute as well as to disarm the Mountain Dogs. All thanks to you. Great job. Tomitake walked out of the telephone box. Is everything settled? Yes. The Bloodhounds are moving in. They are already standing by in the air and should arrive within 20 minutes. How powerful are they? These Bloodhounds, that is. The Mountain Dogs are a multi-purpose unit largely deployed to preserve secrecy, but the Bloodhounds are elite units specially trained to do battle. Both their skills and their equipment are far superior. Things will be taken care of very quickly. Akasaka looked at his watch. It was about 12:30. The Bloodhounds would arrive in about 20 minutes. Akasaka remembered how hungry he was. It was lunchtime already. If he was brave enough, he would head to a noodle shop, and by the time he was done, everything would have ended. For the Mountain Dogs who fought well until the last possible moment, it was ending rather too soon. They were in an area where rice fields and a residential area mix. It was the border of Okinomiya. The sun was covered by a thin layer of silver clouds, and a cool breeze was blowing. It looked like it might even rain a little. The two of them could not even remember how many times their lives were threatened that day. They wanted nothing more than to let the rain soak their bodies. And after a while, Akasaka spoke. So what do you think, Tomitake-san? What do you mean? I think I will go back to Hinamizawa. They are still fighting. Yeah, that is true. But are you sure? We are safe here. Rika-chan is waiting for me. I have not kept my promise yet. Okay, then let us go back. I actually have something to take care of too. I was thinking of going back anyway. Akasaka-san, have you been on a helicopter before? I have a permit for one. They watched the breeze blowing over the rice fields for a while, then returned to the bullet-ridden car. The car started up quickly and they drove it back the way it came. It was only noon. There was still plenty of time before the Watanagashi festival began. Clouds covered the sky and suddenly grew cool. It was going to rain in a bit, according to Okanoki's intuition. He already knew that their enemy had broken through the blockade, but he had not told Takano about it. By then, it really did not make any difference if she knew or not, and he also wanted to reach the top of the mountain. Okanoki was only thinking about one thing. He was thinking about the enemy's commander, who made the day so horrible for him. He just could not accept his defeat until he saw the enemy's commander face to face. The battle was already lost. They just had a princess who did not think they had yet. With the rest of the mountain dogs fallen to the traps and ambushes, Okanoki had ordered all units except his own to fall back from the front line and into the vehicles. The only ones left to go on were the very determined princess, Okanoki himself, and a handful of exhausted members of the mountain dogs who could barely walk. Eventually the slope became a little more gentle. Okanoki and his companions finally arrived at the storage shack of the Forest Service. The club members were already aware that the mountain dogs had been almost totally annihilated. Both the numbers and strength of the dogs had fallen far below that of the club members. Therefore, when Okanoki saw his opponents lined up there to welcome him, he was not surprised. It was all the kids who had driven the mountain dogs to destruction that entire day. They had also fought with everything they had. Though they overwhelmed us from start to finish, they had used up all their stamina, and they were on their last legs as well. Still, their willpower kept them standing, a will born of the victor's honor which God granted only to the winners. There, there she is. It is our Okanoki. Capture her. Major, how can you even say that to us under these circumstances? What? Are you disobeying my order? Oh, no. I have no intention of doing that. Okanoki removed his communication, his taser, and all the heavy equipment he had been carrying. Then he unbuttoned his shirt and told his men to stay put as he stepped forward. He strode about half the distance toward the club members. I am Okanoki, also known as Phoenix One of the Mountain Dogs. I'm here to pay my respects to your leader. May I have their name? The club members looked at each other. One of them was a girl taller than the others. She could not be that old, but her hawk-like eyes were as sharp as a veteran soldier's. Okanoki did not know her circumstances, but only those whose lives were threatened on a daily basis had eyes like that. I am the leader of this club. My name is Mion Sonozaki. The girl stepped forward. How old are you? No, your age does not matter. From the turmoil at the police station this morning to this battle on the mountain, were you responsible for it all? The girl did not answer, but her silence confirmed it more strongly than anything she could have said. You have won this battle. Our princess is the only one who cannot understand that. There is nothing else we can do at this point. Tomitake broke through the blockade. I am sure he has already called Tokyo. I do not know when the suppression unit will arrive, but it's just a matter of time, I am sure. If you want to laugh, go right ahead. Okanogi, what are you doing? That is the enemy commander. Take her down. Do not pay any attention to her. What do you want? You are a leader, and so am I. You understand, do you not? Is he surrendering? I can understand. He was in charge of the whole army, and all his men are down, so he cannot just nod his head and accept defeat. So the defeated general can only requite himself by sacrificing himself. Fine. Do what you need to satisfy yourself. I appreciate it. Mion took a stance. Okanoki took a stance too. Although Okanoki was nothing like Akasaka, he was still a close combat specialist. Even when exhausted, there was no way Mion could defeat him. Takano thought so too. She thought Mion was underestimating Okanoki. But Mion knew. She knew that she was the only one who could put him at ease. Are you ready? Take this. Okanogi readied, launched sharp from his waist, but Mion deflected it to the side with her elbow, wrapped her arm around underneath it, wrenching it back behind him, and forced it up into a hold. And then she twisted his arm even further. Okanogi was certain she was going to snap a bone. It was an excellent technique. She took his arm in one flowing motion. It was clear that Mion's self-defense techniques were not spur of the moment. However, she did not break Okanogi's arm, but instead threw him onto the ground. She did not deliver the final blow, but rather chose to look down on him. Not bad. Okanogi, what are you doing? Hurry up and subdue her. Shut up. You just shut up and watch. This is a battle between leaders of men. Okanogi got up quickly, took a stance once again, and then swung his arm down. But Mion avoided it effortlessly, and just like she did before, she grabbed his arm and turned it around. They were in the same position as before. And just like what happened then, she did not break his arm, but threw him onto the ground and looked down on him. A rotation throw. The way you move is not the Yoshin Kan technique, is it? Is it that classic Kobukan one? By the way, when you take your opponent's arm, you can knee him in the face if you want. I see. I will try that next time. Oh wow, Mion is incredible. She is actually standing toe-to-toe with her commander. Okanogi, use your weapons. What do you think you are doing? Here I come. He had a stronger drive this time. He tried to kick right through her from a step and a half away. Yet this time Mion stepped in to launch her own attack. Yet this time Mion stepped in to launch her own attack, jumping right towards the foot, trying hard to kick her. Mion kept herself low as she entered close range with Okanogi, showing out his leg, trying to kick her. So of course he went after her head. Okanogi raised his right arm to elbow her in the skull. But this time Mion rose up, using both hands to keep his arm from swinging down. Unlike the flowing motions from earlier, this was simply a contest of strength. His physique was overwhelmingly superior to hers, so she could not win that test of strength. But suddenly Mion let go and allowed Okanogi's elbow to come down. Then she stepped to the side. It is another repeat of before. Okanoki's arm was held to his back, and he ended up in the same position. But what came after was different. Okanoki's face lowered as Mion lifted his arm up high, and then she swiftly brought her knee into his face. It was exactly the technique that Okanoki told her about just earlier, and once again he was down on the ground. That is it. You learn quickly, do you not? You know, strategies, tactics, and combat. You already have everything you need to be an effective commander. You should have been in my position. You should have been the one to lead these shitty mountain dogs. Sorry, I never want to be the leader of a shady unit like yours. Mion scoffed. Okanoki took it with a smile, too. He was not trying to be humble, it was just his pure reaction. You're right. You should not waste your talent on Japanese unconventional warfare units. I bet you could lead in the SAS, Delta, Spetsnaz, whichever you joined, you would be one of their best. In any case. SAS, Delta Force, Lane, all that is just way too boring. Yeah, I guess you are right. You are right. Then tell me, what kind of folks do you want to be CO for? I'm not interested in being in charge of any units at all. Being a leader is fine. A leader. The leader of the British Intelligence Service. That is fitting. No, 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 no way. Listen, there's only one club I want to lead. That's the club in our Hinamizawa branch school. I'm not interested in games without penalties. The magician of words Keiji Maebara, seeker of all things adorable and cute Rena Ryugu, Trapmaster Satoko, and the charming enticer Rika-chan. And last but not least, our newcomer Hanyu Furude. I will never find anything more fun than playing with them, even if I search this entire world. No wonder. No wonder we could not win. With her as their leader, there was no way we could have won. Okanoki, get a hold of yourself. Takano yelled at him, but Okanoki did not hear it. Are we finished with the warm-up? This next one is for real. You are going to die. Be ready for that. Come on, I will give you a fitting end. Something you have been wanting all this time. Good enough. Here I come. Okanoki took about 5 steps backwards and breathed deep. His body twisted as he gathered all his spirit into his right fist. Just as he said this next attack would be for real. He was putting everything he had into this one final blow. Mion narrowed her eyes, preparing to parry the blow with her side. The sky began to stir. They both felt raindrops on their foreheads. Here I go. I am going to kill you. So come get me. Okay. Whenever you are done praying, go right ahead. That one tense moment was suddenly brought to an end. He dashed forward from a low position, just like a runner from a starting line. Then he added the twist from his body into the blow as his right arm roared with all his power. A bolt of lightning punctuated that moment in time, burning the moment into our eyes. In that moment, Mion's stance had not changed at all. No, maybe she moved like lightning in the moment it struck. We had to recall the moment burned into our eyes to review the scene. Okanoki had swung with his right fist, which had enough power to shatter Mion's bones. So what if 100% of his power was directed back at him in a counterattack? When the lightning struck, Okanoki's body had been flying through the air. It was a legendary technique in Japanese martial arts, passed down in judo and aikido, the air throw. It looks as if one is being thrown without his opponent even touching him, a miraculous technique that occurs at lightning speed. Of all the techniques Mion possessed, It was the most sublime, advanced technique she could administer on the defeated General Okanoki. The feeling of freedom while flying in the air is more memorable than the impact of hitting the ground, supposedly. When Okanoki hit the ground behind Mion, a heavy rain suddenly began to fall, and just as it did, a massive helicopter appeared on the other side of the mountain. The helicopter's rotors stirred up the air and blew away the raindrops like in a tornado. The rotor sounded much like a tornado, too. A rope uncoiled from the rear of the helicopter, and soldiers came sliding down on it, one after another. The onlookers were stunned for a moment before realizing what they were seeing. It was the Bloodhounds. The Bloodhounds that Tomitake had called in. Having realized how bad the situation had become, Okanoki returned to the other members of the Mountain Dogs. Nothing was going their way anymore. The Mountain Dogs ran down the slope and disappeared into the woods. They dragged Takano with them, who could not understand what was going on. A voice echoed from a speaker attached to another helicopter circling around the mountain. To all staff of the Irie Institute, today at 12:30 the Institute's independent authority was frozen and is now under the control of the Bloodhounds. As of the same moment, HQ has ordered complete disarmament of all Irie Institute staff. All Mountain Dogs are to disarm themselves immediately and gather at the parking lot of the Irie Clinic or at the storage shack at the top of the mountain. Failure to respond accordingly will result in discipline under not only civilian law, but under self-defense force rules as well. Bloodhound members continued to slide down the rope from the helicopter. Even at a glance they were very different from the Mountain Dogs. They were armored more heavily, and the guns they had were much larger. Such things clearly differentiated the two units. Does this mean that we have won? I do not know. I have never seen this before, so I do not know if we really did. Satoko and Rika sat down and hugged each other. They were both soaked in rain, but they still sat down in the mud. Mion stood solemnly in the rain as the leader of the winning team. The Mountain Dogs had abandoned the field. They all ran away with their tails between their legs. Keiichi and Rena ran over to Mion. Mion. Mi-chan. Is over. Yeah, our club activity is over. Rika-chan is safe. Everyone else is safe. Mi-chan is our victory. You led us this far, Mion. It is all thanks to you. But Mion did not seem to be listening to Keiichi and Rena. Instead, she mumbled to herself, I like punishments. Club activities can be cruel. We fight to decide who is the loser, so that means everyone looks down on whoever does lose, right? We do not look down on anyone. We just do the punishment and that is it. Yeah, we do the punishment and that is it. We all enjoy laughing at the loser and then forget about it. That is why I like what we do. We all laugh, including the one who came in last. Nobody gets hurt. We all laugh and then we are done with it. That Okanoki guy thought he could not purify his sins unless he was defeated by me. I mean, sure, it got pretty serious. We were almost killed, too. But it is all over, right? The game is over. And even though it is, there is no punishment for the Mountain Dogs. Mion might have realized something when she threw Okanoki. Keiichi did not think anybody else could understand that. I do not know what you are trying to say, Mion. Forget about him. It is all over for them anyway. Yeah, you are right. Everything is all over now. We are all alive. Nobody got seriously hurt. So let's enjoy our happy ending. That is right. Nobody got hurt. It really is a happy ending. While they had not yet confirmed Shion and Kasai's safety were correct, This was a happy ending that they all had been fighting for. However, Mion was still thinking. She only understood the reason for that in the moment the thunder struck. But as soon as the flash of the lightning disappeared, her understanding vanished as well. All she could remember was that she knows something very important, and that shortly after, she completely forgot about it. She could only feel a great sense of loss. The bloodhounds soon surrounded the club members. At first they thought the club members were their enemies, but when Tomitake appeared, he explained the whole situation. The commander of the bloodhounds appeared to beg the club members not to say a word about anything, as it was a politically sensitive incident. It was amusing to see a man like that beg while carrying all those weapons. Of course, they had no intention of talking to anyone about it. Once it had ended, it all felt like a bad dream. If, on the following day, someone asked them what they had been doing, they might not even remember it. This day was that unrealistic for them, so even if they were asked, they would not say a word. Rika-chan, I am glad you are safe. Akasaka, I am glad you are safe too. Meet, meet, meet. It all worked out great too. Are you alright? The clinic has been occupied by the watchdogs. The mountain dogs are all surrendering too. Got distracted by a spider again. Somehow the spider, unless it is a different spider, has somehow made itself into the bathroom. And I did Google Lens again. It is saying is a bowl jumper again, and it was a lot clearer picture this time. So it's probably a bowl jumper. Probably. Yeah, I'm not seeing that is I'm not seeing that as dangerous to humans unless we like, mildly painful, not considered dangerous. Yeah, okay, so I'm good. I will definitely just let that guy live in the bathroom and eat any other cockroaches that may come in, because I would much rather have a spider than cockroaches that could try to crawl into my food. You can just stay in the bathroom and eat all of those guys. Anyway, okay, where are we? It has all worked out great too. Are you alright? The clinic has been occupied by the watchdogs. The mount dogs are all surrendering too. Dr. Irie and the boy he was hiding with have been put under the Bloodhound's protection as well. Coach is safe too, is he? I am very glad about that. Wait, a boy? I do wonder who that could... Oh, no... Perhaps Tomitada-san or Akamura-san were injured. Satoko, I am very happy for you. Rika's smile made it clear on what she had gone through. Someone could only smile like that after a long and exhausting struggle. Satoko had no idea what that smile meant. How much time would be needed to make her understand? Still, Irie would do something about it. For certain, he will bring Satoko's Nini back home. That is right, Satoko. That is right, Satoko. You have not taken your shot today, have you? You cannot forget about that. Quite true. How troublesome that I cannot forget about the shot, even in this situation. Satoko seemed to have no idea that her medication was connected to the syndrome. Perhaps she was already aware, but pretended not to be. Rika vowed to herself that no matter how long it took, she was going to witness with her own eyes the moment her best friend finally parted with her tragic past. At least I only need to take this shot twice a day. It was 3 times for the previous one. Satoko also had no idea that Satoshi was involved in the development of her medication. Irie had said that Satoshi, as a specimen, had contributed much to Satoko's treatment. Even while asleep, Satoshi longed to ease the burden on Satoko, and those feelings must have influenced Satoko's medicine somehow. Satoko had to inject herself in the stomach. Her privacy ran into the growth of trees to give herself a shot. There was no danger in her doing so. One after another, the bloodhounds dropped down from the helicopters. Each helicopter must have carried at least 20 to 30 soldiers. There was one helicopter at the top of the mountain and two more halfway down the slope. Troops were pouring down from all of them, leading to the impression that the entire mountain was under the Bloodhound's control. Nobody fired their weapons even once. The mountain dogs had no choice but to surrender. It was not raining hard at all. The sky should clear up after 20 or 30 minutes. It was the volatile weather typical of early summer. Satoko soon returned and spoke to her best friend. Rika, I have not seen Hanyu around. She was here a moment ago. Hanyu? Hanyu? Where are you? It was stupid of me to think that Tokyo had sent more support. They are acting as if they have known of their loss for a while now. I was the only one who did not know. What is going on? Tell me this minute, Okanoki. This is it. They are the Bloodhounds. Tomitake called them in. The Bloodhounds. I have heard the name before, but are they not similar to the Mountain Dogs? Why are you not fighting back? You have got to be kidding me. We Mountain Dogs are simply a counterintelligence unit. On the other hand, the Bloodhounds are a real combat battalion. There is no way we could defeat them. The remaining three members looked at me in exhaustion. Why are they here in the first place? We captured Tomitake. Are there more spies? Who are they? Major, the clinic was attacked earlier. Have you not heard that First Lieutenant Tomitake escaped? One of the three spoke up timidly, but Okanoki signaled him to shut up. Nobody told me this. When did that happen? What is going on, Okanoki? Was there not a blockade exactly so that they could not escape the village? They are not even responding to me anymore. I have been left behind. I am the only one who did not know. I am being left out. The members looked at Okanoki waiting for his command. Nobody is waiting for my order. Nobody even cares about my orders. Commander, there is a radio call from the command vehicle. One of the members handed the intercom to Okanoki. This is Phoenix 1. Commander, final orders from Cuckoo. Execute Cuckoo. Cuckoo, roger that. The Bloodhounds have us surrounded. We are being advised to surrender. What should we do? Command vehicle. No. Oda and Adachi. Good work. You are cleared to surrender. Disarm yourselves and follow the orders of the Bloodhounds. Roger that, Commander. All units listen up. The command vehicle has been compromised. The clinic is probably in the enemy's hands as well. We have lost all our backup as well as equipment. All teams have been wiped out. I am sure everyone is disarming themselves. The Mountain Dogs have been completely defeated. Not yet. Get in touch with Nomura-san in Tokyo. The Bloodhounds? So what? She will send in units who can beat them immediately. R is still alive. We can activate the final operation. I must let Nomura-san know that. We have to restore communications with Tokyo. We really should not have cut the telephone connections, but we did, so we will have to recover the command vehicle. We will get in touch with Tokyo on the radio. Fortunately, the men in the command vehicle surrendered without resistance, so I'm sure the Bloodhound's guard is down. Okanoki, you and the other three will be enough. It is still the 19th of June. The operation starts on the 21st. Or is it supposed to be the 22nd? We still have time. We will manage, Okanoki. Go recover the command vehicle immediately. Why can you not follow my orders? I am a major. I am your superior. Why are you listening to Okanoki but not me? Major, did you not hear what the helicopter said earlier? We have lost. There is absolutely nothing we can do anymore. What are you saying, Okanoki? Are you already giving up? You saw that R is alive, did you not? What happened today was all because of the rumor that R was dead. But she is alive. That means today did not happen. We can still use the emergency manual. As long as the Queen Carrier is alive, all we have to do is kill her, and then we will have 48 hours to execute the manual. Major is far beyond that point already. Tokyo does not care about the Queen Carrier or the 48 hours after death. Our final operation is a complete failure. Our clients must be flying around desperately trying to destroy evidence. Our job here is done. I commanded the Mountain Dogs for about 10 years. It was a valuable experience, but it is all over today. And Major, your job is over too. What? What do you mean my job is over? What are you talking about? Major, your job was to read that scrapbook in your hands. What are you talking about? I did not expect Okanobi to start talking about my grandfather's scrapbook. I do not doubt that there is a disease called Hinamizawa syndrome, but the whole village going into a panic 48 hours after the queen dies? No one has ever seen that happen. No one knows if that's true or not. Do not be ridiculous. Look here. Is someone in here? Where? I know it is in here. From the studies of other similar parasites and brains that the statistics say, damn it, where is it? I flip through the pages of the scrapbook in a panic. I cannot even remember which page I am looking for. Okanogi slapped the scrapbook aside, and it thudded. It landed in a muddy puddle, so it splashed onto the ground. The open pages of the scrapbook were face down in the muddy water and already turning color as they soaked up the mud. What are you doing? This is the most important. As I crouched down to pick up the scrapbook, Okanogi stepped on it. The splash of muddy water hit me in the face. I had to witness my precious scrapbook being stepped on and covered in filth. Major, I do not really care if what is in the scrapbook is true or false. As a matter of fact, nobody does. What do you mean by that? I tried to get the scrapbook from under Okanogi's foot, but I could not pull it out. The clients in Tokyo merely wanted to see how many people would actually believe what is in the scrapbook. They did not even care if it was the truth or lies, as long as it was believable. They did not care? No, they did not. They just wanted some famous doctors to research the subject and come up with a report full of difficult terminology so they could deceive people. That was your job. No, this is not a lie. My grandfather and I researched it for so many years. Come on, move your foot. The scrapbook is getting soaked through. I am trying my best so that it is not ruined, but it is no use. The queen dies and the village must be killed. All you had to do was convince the higher-ups of that crazy story. Nobody cared about parasites to begin with. They only cared if it could be used for political gain. You knew that, did you not? And at this point, nobody will ever pay attention to any of that nonsense again. A lot of people bet on the scrapbook, and they lost. The Mountain Dogs lost too. That is all there is to it. This is not nonsense. This scrapbook holds the truth. Everything in it is the truth. My grandpa researched it, I researched it, and this is the result. Everyone believed in it. That is why they built such a beautiful research center, is it not? They believed in it, and that was why Noburastan got in touch with me. There must be other people who believe in my work, because all of this is for the future of humankind. Okanogi got fed up and kicked me. I do not weigh much, so I fell backwards and became soaked in the muddy water. Okanogi walked over and looked down at me. Fortunately, there is still something the clients in Tokyo are expecting from you. One of the Mountain Dogs handed a gun to Okanogi. Okanogi checked the cylinder and threw it over to me. What is this? Major, why do you not use that to shoot yourself in the head? What? I looked at the gun. I am used to seeing guns, working at the Irie Institute as I do. I was never frightened by guns before, but for the first time I feel scared just looking at one. You know, this happens all the time. Major, please take responsibility as the leader of the defeated force and shoot yourself. What are you saying? Nobody has ever told me to die before. Nobody has ever told me to kill myself. If you die, the clients can just blame you for everything. Actually, Tokyo is already preparing to do that. Do not be ridiculous. Why should I have to do that? I am starting to sob. My body is shaking all over. Well, you do not have to do it yourself if you do not want to. Maybe that is too much to ask of you right now. Okanogi pulled his gun out and pointed at me. The other members, having realized everything will work out if I die, just looked at me coldly. I am going to say that I tried to talk you into surrendering, but you refused. We shot at each other and I had to kill you. That is the scenario. I gave you the gun so that you could kill yourself rather than being killed by me. It is to show my appreciation for the time we have known each other. I do not want it to end like that. No. Who came up with this plan in the first place? I do not want this. It was your dearest friend, Nomura-san, from Tokyo. They had a plan for damage control in case the final operation failed. Nomura-san's codename is Cuckoo, and yours is Baby Bird, is it not? Do you know where cuckoos lay their eggs? What? Cuckoos lay their eggs in other birds' nests. Once they hatch, they kill the young of the original owner by pushing them out of the nest, and then take it over. The baby birds on the ground are left helpless, and they usually end up eaten by mountain dogs. I used the money I got from Uncle Koizumi to pay the mountain dogs, thinking I had gained a reliable ally. I always thought that, although Okanogi was barbaric, he was very reliable. But my nest had been taken over. Major, you never had any allies to begin with. All you had to do was exactly what the clients in Tokyo wanted you to. But now it is over. Now you need to exit the stage. Take it. It is your precious scrapbook. Hold that in your left hand and pick up the gun with your right. The scrapbook was finally returned to me, covered in mud. I held it with both hands and cried. What a joke the entire life of Mio Takano was. Right now is when I should just go back inside that chain link fence. My shaking hands held the ice-cold gun. There is only one bullet in there. Sometimes a bullet can ricochet on the scalp, so that is why people usually put the gun muzzle in their mouths. Come on, hold the gun, point it like this, and die. In the hills of the mountain, a single gunshot echoed. With that gunshot, members of the Bloodhounds rushed in. Okanogi and the other men raised their hands in surrender. Major Takano was with us, but she refused to surrender. She tried shooting at us, so I had to fire a shot to intimidate her. Retriever 7 to leader. We arrested First Lieutenant Okanogi and 3 other members of the Mountain Dogs. Major Takano is on the run. Her footprints are heading southwest, but the brush is too thick and cannot go any further. Requesting backup. Major Takano is armed. I repeat, Major Takano is armed. Retriever leader to all units. Major Takano is on the run. She is armed, so be cautious. Patrol the area and force her out. I am running through the mountain, covered in dirt, and still holding the muddy scrapbook. I keep falling because of the mud, and branches and tree roots continue to torment me. I lost one of my shoes, so I decided to get rid of the other shoe too. This is not the first time I have had to run like this. This is not the first time I have ran barefoot. This is not the first time I have felt such pain on the soles of my feet. This is not the first time I have cried like this. I repeat, Major Takano, disarm yourself and surrender. You cannot escape. The mountain dogs have surrendered. You have no more allies. The helicopter above my head is calling out my name. I crawled into a hollow tree. I held my knees and hid. The last time I ran barefoot like this was a very long time ago. My feet are bloody and swollen, and I can no longer walk. I can only cry as I bite the corner of my scrapbook. Sadness and humiliation fight for dominance in my heart. When I feel sad, I cry, and when I feel humiliated, I scratch myself to calm my anger. And I still have the gun in my right hand, the one with a single bullet in it. I have to kill myself. My death is the only thing that can bring it all to an end. Killing myself is the only way to go back to that day. But when I look at the scrapbook in my left hand, I am assaulted by sadness and fear. I do not want to die. I do not want to die. Just die. Atone for your actions with your death. I recalled the look in Okanoki's eyes. I know I have committed sins. There are so many sins. Too many of them. There are more sins than I can possibly atone for. But do I have to die for them? No, I do not want to die. I cried again, and then noticed someone standing nearby. It is the girl whom I met when I came to Himizawa when the Erie Institute was first opened. I met this girl at the shrine when I declared war on God. This girl is the god of this place. That god looked at me and sneered rather than sympathizing. Are you still trying to take God's place? Do you still deny that you are human? Long time no see. I lost. I lost this game. This is what I get for challenging God, I guess. Human child, are you still after the position of a god? Are you still willing to endure for the sake of opposing the divine? No way. Taking God's place really is impossible. Human child, listen well. I will show you the way to godhood. With a gun in your right hand, end your life. The position of a god requires no flesh. Do not expect people to recognize your existence. Being a god is lonesome. You, foolish child, wanted to become one. Is that still what you desire? Are you telling me to shoot myself with this? That is it? Something that simple would make me a god? That is so simple. Then what is this? What have I been doing all this time? You shouldered the sins of many others. You purified all their sins by sacrificing yourself. Your courage will be praised, and you will be allowed to take a seat among the gods. What is that? You are telling me to be their scapegoat, to take responsibility for all of them and die? Fuck you. I refuse. I absolutely refuse. Why do you not want that? To attain peace in the human world, there must always be one sacrifice for one sin. Is that not the method? Is that not the truth of the human world? Is that not the method for purifying sin? Did you not want to sacrifice one girl for the future you desired? What are you talking about? I do not understand anything you are saying. You do not because you are human. You do not even know how stupid you were to even want to become a god. I do. I do not want to die for other people to become a god. No way. I do not want to become a god at all. I am fine with being human. I just wanted someone to forgive me for being that way. That is all. But, why is this happening? Then how will you purify the stain? How will you pay the price? Why? Why does someone have to take the blame? They are all pushing responsibility onto other people. They maneuver this way and that, just so they do not have to dirty their own hands. Is that just what happens in the human world? No, that is not. Because when my parents and my grandpa were alive, things like that did not happen. We were all happy. Nobody blamed anyone else. How did I fall out of that world? Why am I wandering around in the mountains alone in the rain? Why? Why me? This is a punishment for my sins, is it not? I knew it. I had noticed it. I had made a huge mistake, but I did not want to admit it. And when it was too late, I regretted it for the first time. So this is the punishment for my sins. The human world will want you to purify your sins. They will be purified when you sacrifice yourself. That is the way of the human world. However, I am not human. I am a being above man, a being which fills in the missing gaps in harmony, a being that forgives human sins. Man cannot forgive the sins of man. I am the one who forgives the sins of man. I forgive you. Demanding a sacrifice be paid for sins is not the way of the human world. It is the way of demons. So this is not the world of man. This is a world of demons, created by man and the demons infesting them. Humans cannot end that way of their world. So I became a god to grant that end. It was over 1,000 years of pain. I wanted to come down from this place. I desired a world where God does not need to make peace. And finally, after 1,000 years' time, I have found that fragment. Human child, I will forgive your sins in my name. Kneel and repent. Ask for forgiveness, then you shall receive it. God will forgive you. God will forgive your human sins. The God in human form walked up to me and reached out. As I knelt down and looked down, she touched my head. Hanyu, Hanyu, where are you? Hanyu-chan, answer if you can hear us. I heard voices in the distance, and then I saw a girl standing in front of me. She is one of Mion's club members, my most hated enemies. Shit, she has found me. The rain had already ceased. I decided to come out of the hollow tree. After the rain had grown so humid, I was starting to sweat all over. I am soaked in sweat, mud, and rain. I feel filthy. I have been bitten by mosquitoes and my body is itching all over. This is why I hate the mountains. Do not say a word. I pointed the gun at her. The girl just looked at me calmly as if she did not see it. At the very least, she did follow my order. What should I do? Should I take her as my hostage? I only have one bullet. How long can I keep running for? Hanyu, where are you? Damn, she really is lost. There she is. Hanyu-san. Hanyu, where have you? I really am unlucky to the end. Or maybe you could call this a kind of luck. At the end of it all, I managed to get some vengeance. Do you know what this is? It is a gun. Do not dare move. The tables have turned now. Damn it! Why now? Mion-chan, if you do not want anyone else to get shot, step forward. No, do not do it, Mi-chan. Mion stepped forward quietly. She certainly has a lot of courage. No wonder she is their leader. Thanks to you, I have been ruined. Some scary men on the mountain want me dead. They will not forgive me. But I cannot just go out like that. At the very least, I want some revenge. I know you only have one bullet in that gun. That is right, but that one bullet could kill Mion-chan, could it not? Takano, are you going to shoot her? Do not move. If you do, I really might just fire this gun. Do not any of you move. Just stay behind me. How courageous. Is it some sort of spirit of self-sacrifice? Rather be shot yourself than letting your friends be shot? Well, it is not that easy to kill someone with just one shot. Of course it depends on where you hit, though. I am surprised. How can you be so brave? You want me to shoot you for all the others? Just so you know, if you think that I will hesitate to shoot because they will rush over here once they hear it, you are sadly mistaken. Go ahead, shoot me, but after you do, my friends will rip you to pieces. Let them try. They say you dig 2 holes when you curse another. Going down along with the great commander who made Okinoki surrender would not be so bad. Go ahead and shoot me, but make sure that it is me you hit. If you shoot anyone else, I will put you through hell. Oh my, I am shaking. No, do not me-chan. Takano-san is serious. She really will shoot you. Somehow we will have to buy some time. Someone from the Bloodhound will come by for sure. I am sure they will, but I will shoot before I lose my chance. Let's see. Where should I hit her? I am not good at this, so forgive me for not being able to aim that well. Me, you are not. Serious, are you? Do not anyone move. I am the leader of this club. If I can protect you all, I will be satisfied with that. If I do not make it, set up a shrine inside of my locker and pray for me there. You will be taking over my position, Kei-chan. Help him out, okay? Mion is prepared to die. I am already cornered. I will not accept any words of negotiation. Mion understands that. She does not want anyone else to be killed. That was why she chose to be a shield for her friends. That was an easy decision to make for her, because none of her friends would end up hurt. If she ends up just getting injured, that would be a stroke of luck as far as she is concerned. Even if she does not make it, she thinks that's far better than seeing any of her friends die. And that is why Takano will shoot. Even though she understands Mila's noble intentions painfully well, it is too visceral for her to accept. So she will shoot. I will pull the trigger. With all the absurdities of the human world riding on that bullet, I will shoot her. You all play games often, right? Have you ever played Old Maid? No, we play Old Man though. They use the same rules. The human world is just like a game of Old Maid. Everyone else is trying to foist the Old Maid onto someone else. It is a game that seeks to determine not a winner, but a single loser. The sacrifice. You see, I picked the Joker, but there is nobody else to pass the card to. That is why I will shoot you, as my revenge. Fitting for this irrational world of man, is it not? I am preparing myself to shoot. There is no hesitation left in me. I will shoot her. I am serious. Mion closed her eyes as much as she could, closed her eyes and opened her arms to try to shield her friends as much as she could. And that was when Hanyu stepped forward and placed herself in front of Mion. Hanyu, get back! Brave Mion, I have witnessed your courage. That is more than enough. If the Joker cannot be passed on to anyone else in this human world, then it is my job to accept it. Hanyu, what are you? Rika, I had a lot of fun in this world. Thank you for letting me join the club. It was so much more fun to be in it than just to watch. So thank you. I enjoyed myself. I was so happy spending time with you, all of you. In that moment, Hanyu glared at me adamantly. Now, shoot me, child of man. With that sin you must voice unto another. I will accept it. Okay, okay. Fine, die. The club members must have thought I was joking, or bluffing. They did not think that I would actually shoot. There was a noise like something exploding. In a world where time became sticky as syrup, we saw it happen. The silver bullet hitting an invisible wall in front of Hanyu, as though the wall was protecting her. The bullet wanted to pierce Hanyu's chest but could not reach its goal. A bead of sweat formed on Hanyu's forehead. She had stopped the bullet with invisible force. Hanyu, I am okay. I can do this even in human form. The silver bullet was being pushed back. Takano was startled by this otherworldly phenomenon, but then she spoke one phrase. You, you, monster. The silver bullet smashed through that invisible wall. There was no longer a wall at all. There was no wall to protect Hanyu from the bullet. The bullet approached Hanyu's chest. Somebody let out a silent scream. Nobody could stop it. Nobody could stop that bullet. In that world of frozen time, nobody could stop the bullet that was stopped just inches in front of Hanyu's chest. Hanyu's friends had seen this scene before. The moment of checkmate. No matter how much they screamed, there was no way to avoid this tragedy. They knew that from their memories. You will die for sure. Think about the good old times as much as you want. When you are finished doing that, the bullet will pierce your chest, drown in your own blood. Unless I was prepared to do so, I would not be here. Hanyu thought that this would take care of everything. Hanyu was not supposed to exist in the first place. She would leave the stage and the rest of the cast would stay unharmed. This is how it is supposed to be. But in that moment, something happened to surprise even Hanyu. In the world of frozen time, in which nobody could move, Rika reached out and put her hand on the bullet that was stopped in midair. How could she move? Even Hanyu could not move. Why could a mere human like Rika grab that bullet? Do not be so surprised. You have already learned about that. You have learned about how to make a miracle happen. A lot of amazing things happened today, but none of them were worth being called a miracle. If we all believed in each other, it was supposed to happen. Therefore, I will perform a real miracle in this very last moment. I am the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, after all, so let me make a miracle happen at the very end. Rika rubbed the frozen bullet gently, very gently, and then held it and embraced it lovingly, her hands at her chest. In that world where not even Hanyu could move. Now I realize that neither Takano nor Hanyu listen when other people talk. Did you not hear what Mion said? We do not play old maid. We play old man instead. Takano laughed and said they were basically the same game, but they are totally different. In Old Maid, a single joker, an unharmonized element, is added to a full harmonized set of cards, and people try to foist it onto one another. But in Old Man, one card is removed from that harmonized world, and everyone foists the unharmonized fragments on each other. It is different than having a joker. because everything would be in harmony if there was not something missing. Players try to get rid of something in both games, but what they try to get rid of is very different. In our game, the loser is left with one last card too. I can understand how Takano thought they were the same thing, but they are different, because in our game, if the missing card was added back in, there would be no loser. Hanyu, the missing card in this world where someone has to voice their sins onto another, has joined the game. So this game has no losers. Yet you are still trying to take one card anyway away? What a waste of a miracle. This world does not need a losing card. That is the answer I finally reached after a 1,000-year journey, trying to find a miracle. The answer has always been there. It was there in the very first game of Mion's club. There was always a loser because we were playing a game of cards with one missing. If we could fill in for the missing card by believing in each other and helping each other, then it would complete a full deck of 52 cards. A complete world without a loser. A complete world where no one is left out. Nobody has to stay out of the circle. Nobody has to cry or be burdened with sins. A world where everyone holds each other's hands and forgives each other's sins. When people live, there will be sin. What is important is not to avoid sins, but to forgive them. A world can only become ugly and twisted when people try to stay pure. Let us accept our sins. Let us all forgive. That is the answer Rika Frude reached. A complete world. A world free from the sins of the human world, where one has to become a loser. Rika reached that as a human being. After an unbelievably long time, she finally reached it. Welcome home, Mother. The frozen time had begun to thaw. There was smoke coming from the muzzle of Takano's gun, so it was definitely fired. However, nobody got hit. Keiichi looked around fearfully to make sure nobody was bleeding. They were all fine. Nobody had been shot. You missed. Serves you right. The tension lifted Mion's body and she began to sweat all over. How did I miss at this distance? All the club members thought the same thing. It was a miracle that the bullet did not hit anyone. The club members had all felt the same way. They were all thinking if it was going to hit someone, let it hit me. However, Rika Frude wished for a miracle that was far beyond that. Rika wished for a miracle that was higher than self-sacrifice. She wished for a world where the bullet would not hit anyone. She wished for a world where Takano would not be hurt because she shot someone. Footsteps were rushing towards them. Takano tried to run, but she tripped over a root, and the scrapbook in her hand scattered everywhere. As she tried to gather up the papers, members of the Bloodhounds surrounded her. All the Bloodhounds pointed their guns her way, and some even poked her with them. But Takano still did not stop gathering up the papers. Some of the men stepped on the papers, and Takano tried to pull them out from under them. She tried to pull them out, begging them in tears not to step on her precious papers. Jiro-san, Jiro-san. Takano buried her face in Tomitake's chest and cried. Only, fuck. Only Tomitake and Takano knew the meaning of those tears. Sorry for being late. I am here for you. Jiro-san, Jiro-san, you, you are not as bad as you think you are. You can start over. You can start your life over as Miyoko Tanashi. I cannot. I cannot. I have committed too many sins. I should not be allowed to start over. I should be dead. Otherwise the weight of my sins will... Well, that is true. Your sins may not be so light, but do not worry. I will be with you. We can atone together. Let us atone for Mio Takano's sins, and let us bring back Miyoko Tanashi together. Until then, I will be right here with you. Can I continue to live? Can I live? Everyone tells me that if I die, things will work out. But can I still live? Are you saying I am allowed to live? Can I be forgiven? The world may not forgive you, but so what? I will forgive you, so let us live. Death cannot atone for sins. You must live and ask the world to forgive you. And then start your life over. Then you will remember. We will remember what kind of person you used to be and what kind of smile you used to have. After a while, Takano was taken to the Ire Institute in handcuffs. She was, however, handcuffed with her hands in front of her. She was holding the scrapbook. Tomitake had cleaned the mud off of it. The downpour from earlier afternoon had passed. The cicadas began singing again, reminding everything that this was a normal June in Hinamizawa. It was so hot despite being June, and the sky was brilliantly clear. Someone asked someone else the time. She looked at her watch. It was 3. The Watanagashi festival would be starting at 5. It was almost time. Even from there, the Furude shrine could be seen. There were red lanterns hanging all over. Once the sun went down, those lanterns would be lit. It was almost time for the Watanagashi festival. And with that, everything would end. When the Higurashi cried, the game that stretched across different worlds had ended, and what the winner obtained after their victory is that the game ended without a loser. Hanyu was prepared to leave after the game was over, but she was still there. She was allowed to be there. In other words, she was not the card that was taken away. The card that was taken to play their game of Old Man was no longer there. The breeze rustled Hanyu's sweaty, messed up hair. She was dumbfounded. Rika went over and stood next to her. She did not need to say anything. She only smiled at Hanyu. That girl had pretended to be a bystander, but decided to step onto the stage. And then she thought that that was enough and tried to step off of it. With those memories of her bright time on stage, she tried to step off, but someone grabbed her sleeve and stopped her. She was told that she could stay. Then she realized she was still on the stage, and she did not have to leave after all. There was a spot for her on the stage, and she was no longer a bystander. And that was an unbelievable miracle. She did not even exist in the script. Nobody needed her to be there, but the miracle had allowed her to stay. You suffered so much during your journey. This miracle is not even enough to repay you for what you have gone through. Napa, this is more than enough. This miracle is more than enough. Rika smiled at Hanyu one more time and passed her what was in her right hand. Hanyu felt something cold and hard. What was it? Hanyu slowly opened her hand and looked at it. It was the bullet Takano had fired. That was the proof of their miracle. It was a proof that Hanyu could exist there. It was a proof that they could be together forever and ever. It will be dark soon. It is time for the festival. We will have so much fun together. You cannot just watch us anymore. I am sure there will be plenty of punishments to torment the poor, poor newcomer. I do not have to just watch the Watanagashi festival. That is right, because you do not watch a festival. You enjoy it. Were they testing the speakers? It was still bright outside, but there was music playing already. The cheap, dubbed BGM collection of festival music could be heard from the Fude Shrine in the distance. It sounded so exciting. Fuck. This was what she had wanted to join in all this time. Rika held her hand. Let's go. Together. Let's go to the Watanagashi festival. All of us. Together. Yeah. They had almost too much energy left. It had been a long day and many things had happened, but they still had the energy to go to the festival. It was, after all, the special day of Watanagashi. The curse of Oyashiro-sama had been lifted, and no tragedy would ever occur again. It was the first peaceful Watanagashi, the first one without a tragedy since the dam conflict. The villagers had noticed that the phone lines were disconnected during the day, but it was fixed so quickly that they did not pay much attention. They heard the Self-Defense Force helicopter near the mountains, but rumor had it that they came to the wrong place for their training. The elderly villagers laughed and said that the young men of the National Defense Force needed to pay more attention. Some people say the Self-Defense Force even came to the Irie Clinic. The villagers did not even get suspicious about that. They assumed that the Irie Clinic had started doing physical checkups for the SDF. There were pieces of broken glass on the roadside near the village border, as if there was an accident. Some people wondered how anyone could have had an accident when there was no obstruction on the road. The elderly people said to each other that they always had to drive carefully even on a familiar road, but it looked only like a trace of a normal accident, so they did not get suspicious. The rest was a ghost story. The villagers heard an extra firework to signal the festival taking place. It was not an echo. The people in charge of the fireworks were puzzled, but when Rika said Oyashiro-sama must have shot the extra firework, the villagers simply believed that was true. It was the night of Watanagashi, the biggest festival of the year. The villagers forgot their worries and enjoyed themselves. The club members were doing great as usual. They were doing so great that they were all taken to the main tent and yelled at by the mayor. That was a normal Watanagashi night for the villagers, but there was one thing that was very different. The girls fought for an unimaginably long time in many different worlds for the sake of this night. However, nobody would ever know that. There was another big change too. Rika Furude said that she wants to go to a pool in the summer. It is unusual for her to say she wants to do something. She wants to see the stars. She wants to go on a camping trip. She wants to look at the sunflowers. She wants to make the school into a haunted house. There are so many things she wants to do over the summer break. Right, Rika Furude, for the first time, is making plans for after June 1983, because this is the first summer break she is going to experience after 100 years of repeating the same life. She will now experience an all-new summer vacation. Who would stop her from getting excited about that? Rika Furude is looking forward to waking up before Satoko to rip the page off the calendar at the end of June. Rika Furude's infinite future has begun. There are infinite possibilities, yet she can only make one choice. But that is why it is a great world. Let's talk for a moment about the people who fought with Rika Furude. Mion Sonozaki has vowed to study hard so she can continue her education after the summer break. According to Keiji, even that may not be enough time for her. However, how can the legendary club leader Mion Sonozaki fail an entrance exam? She will more than likely find a way to get into the school she wants to go to. Hopefully it is not an illegal one. Anyhow, she is looking forward to enjoying her final summer break, so she has tons of plans. The club members cannot get away from Mion even during the summer. Once you are involved with her, she will always find a way to get at you. No matter how much you want to be alone, you will never go back to spending a boring summer by yourself. Keiji Maebara has been asked by Mion and Chie-sensei to be their next class president. He was also asked to be the next club leader too, but he declined immediately. Keiji likes the club because Mion runs it. He continued saying that it is Mion's club until she got mad. Keiji cannot understand why she is so angry. Well, Keiji would not be Keiji if he was not dense. So things are rather lively around him again today. His good name continues to spread even in Okinomiya. Ren and Ryugu is growing more energetic every day too. Satoko, Rika, and Hanyu spend every day in fear of being abducted by her. Still, she has been acting more mature lately. She takes care of her younger classmates, and she is almost like a mother figure to the class. She is like a mother to all the club members too. After hearing that, Keiji said that he would be a father for the class. As usual, Rena thought about that too much and blushed. Satoko Hojo is as lively as ever. She used up most of her traps on the mountain during the battle with the mountain dogs, so she is setting up new ones for the next event. Rumor has it that some members of the Bloodhounds were so impressed with her trap techniques that they asked her for some lessons. There is supposed to be a training area near Mount Fuji, and they asked her to set up her traps there. That's not a very good idea. The sea of trees really will become a forest of no return. Either way, Satoko keeps saying how she wants to fight against the Bloodhounds next. She is invincible. Also, she has become a great cook. That is because Hanyu has been teaching her. According to Hanyu, Satoko is a quick learner as compared to Rika. Satoko's dream is to master fried chicken, which is her brother's favorite, and welcome home with it. I am the only one who knows this, but her dream may come true very soon. As for her brother, Hojo Satoshi has yet to return home. His condition is unchanged. If there has been any change, it is in Shion Sonozaki. She goes to the clinic on her days off. Nobody knows why she goes there, but she seems to be very happy, so nobody pays much attention to it. Mion has teased Xion by saying that maybe she is planning on getting implants, but Xion just smiles. Also, for whatever reason, she has been visiting her relative's clothes shop and buying up all kinds of men's clothing. Lately, she has even started buying more than just men's clothing, but why is she so excited when she visits the clinic with a maid outfit that is not in her size? The truth is shrouded in mystery. The biggest change is probably that Shion babies Satoko nowadays. She tries to make Satoko call her Nini, which only annoys Satoko. Irie Kiyusuke has two jobs now. On one hand, he is a respected doctor, and the other hand, he is an evangelist for maids. The Irie clinic was supposed to be closed, but the villagers pleaded with the authorities not to shut it down. While Irie is not originally from the village, he and everyone else feel that he is one of the villagers now. He is an indispensable part of village life. The conservative attitude toward Hinamizawa syndrome is gone, and now is being researched very proactively. The syndrome is being researched so passionately that, hopefully, in the near future, all the victims of this disease will be freed for good. Also, later on, Irie will publish an advanced article about the influence of the brain on human behavior, which will surprise people in the medical world. I will not go into details here, but it will talk about how one should hate the sins instead of the sinner. The deceased Hifumi Takano and Mio Takano's names will be mentioned in that article. Jiro Tomitake still visits Hinamizawa every season. He is still known as the fighting traveling photographer, and he continues to walk around the village looking for good picture spots. However, he is not seen in the village as much as before. His bicycle is always parked around the back of the clinic, so maybe he spends a lot of time there. Some villagers say maybe he is sick and being treated, but his bright smile proves they are wrong. Mio Takano has not been seen since that day. Nobody knows where she has gone, but obviously Tomitake is not worried, so she must be doing fine. She will probably show up one day out of nowhere and start telling ghost stories to scare some kids. As for Mamoru Akasaka, what happened to him was pretty funny. His wife and daughter followed him in secret. They pretended to run into him at the festival. Rika called him Papa, so things grew complicated all of a sudden. Akasaka's wife smiled, but she choked his neck with her braided hair. Her arms were folded, but her braid moved like a tail. She tortured a man who destroyed a special forces unit without even using a weapon. Rika continued to tease him, making the situation even worse. However, Akasaka's family liked Hinamizawa, and they said they wanted to come back. Akasaka's daughter and Rika grew so close that they seemed like sisters. Kura Udo Oishi has gone back into playing mahjong. For whatever reason, Akane Sonozaki has joined his table too, and there's rumors of Riot Squad almost got dispatched to the mahjong bar one time. His colleagues say Oishi has calmed down quite a bit. It is probably because he has reached closure within himself, but his colleagues know nothing about that. He is planning to move to Hokkaido when he retires, but he wants to come back every summer. His bright second life is waiting for him. Tatsuyoshi Kasai has not changed much compared to the others. To some people this was a life-changing event, but for Kasai it was just another episode added to his tales of heroics. According to Kasai, this incident was just a little bigger than usual. If this was just a little unusual, then what in the world would be needed to impress him? Shion insists that he'll tell her, but Kasai only tells her that that is a secret. Also, he regretted exposing that part of his past. Shion keeps begging him to tell her all about it, but he simply ignores her. Let me talk about myself too. I, Hanyu, am doing great in my new life as Hanyu Furude. I am finally getting better at playing games, and now I am taking the role of the club's dark horse, a position formerly reserved for Keiji Maebara. I have a bad habit of believing everything I hear, so Mion and the others always tell me some strange things. Thanks to that, I am getting tougher, to put it in a good way, shrewd, to put it in a bad one. But then I need to, otherwise I would not survive in this club. I am going to continue to learn a lot of stuff through these club activities, so I can live in this human world. Sunday, June 19th, 1983. Night falls on my longest day of the past 1,000 years. The club members are having a blast. A lot of people are here. The stall vendors are still doing business. The speakers are playing rough yet exciting festival music. I have known all these, but how wonderful it is to actually feel and hear them in person. I thought I knew. I thought I knew because I had been following and watching them, but that was completely different. I knew of it, but this is the first time I've actually experienced it. We had a takoyaki eating contest. There was no octopus in it, but it was still very tasty. We had a shaved ice eating contest. I would have enjoyed the shaved ice if I had eaten it more slowly. I bought a candied apple for the first time. Everyone took a bite from it. It was tasty, and it was fun. We played a shooting game. I did not know how difficult it would be to shoot a target, but it was fun too. Also, we played a shady lottery game. It was one of those things where you pulled a string and got a prize. Nobody got a good prize. We all complained about it to the vendor. That too was just so much fun. Then it was time for the dedication dance. Of course we go there early, so we commandeered the best seats. I snuck out and stood where I was told to. I could see better than the other club members. This was the spot where the object of worship sat. This was where I was supposed to be during the ritual dance. No, this was where I thought I had to be. But seeing the dance from that spot was not fun. Therefore I returned to where I was, and sat with everyone else. They saved me a spot. Everyone rubbed my head while asking me where I went. I apologized. That made me very happy. I watched the performance in the crowd of people. It was the best dance I have witnessed in the past 1,000 years. I could not keep either my happiness or my tears from flowing out. After the dance was over, a handful of cotton was passed around to all the villagers. We let the cotton absorb all the filth and sins of the past year and washed it down the stream. Cotton is cotton. Obviously, it is not human. We use cotton instead of a human so that nobody is sad. In other words, this is the way to purify sins without making anything suffer. Here you are. This is for you, Hanyu-chan. Do you know how to do it? Yes, I do. I go like this and drift it down the stream, right? The girl who gave me the cotton took the letter I from her name during last year's Watanagashi and washed it down the stream. By doing so, she was freed from her suffering and began a new life. We drifted our sins down the stream. It is not the same as pushing our sins onto the cotton. Instead, we wash our own sins and forgive ourselves. We forgive each other, we help each other, and that is how we create our own story. I put my cotton in the stream gently. The cotton went down the stream, into the world where sins are cleansed. I let my bare feet soak in the clear stream as I watched the long, long line of cotton flowing down the stream into the dark, surrounded by people sending their cotton flowing down the wondrous stream. This is a complete world where all the fragments were put together. This is an ideal world. What else is there? What else do you need? Hanyu Furude still once more, because we can be even happier than this. We can be happier if we wish to be, not a long time from now, but in the near future. Then when is it? I told you it is in the near future. We will be happy then, too. See? Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is accepting that. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is fulfilling that. Because from now on, I am going to live a much happier life. I am not going to compromise with just this. We will retrieve all the happiness that we missed.
閉じた目をそっと開いてごらん見渡せば高い光一人ではできないことばかりでもみんながいればきっとできるからいつもの街並みいつもの声も目に映るものすべてが揺らぎ手探りで一人で探していたわかるはずない答え信じられずにまた迷い込む未来なら僕は君にこの手を差し伸べられるから空の向こうから呼びかける声どうか気づいてその顔上げて優しい世界を夢に描いたあの場所に戻ろうここにいるすぐそばにいるよどんな時でも君のことを信じているよ空の向こう閉じた目をそっと開いてごらん見渡せば高い光
The Forbidden Treasure Onigari no Ryuo. The Forbidden Treasure Onigari no Ryuo is the most valuable asset of the Furude Shrine that is kept in the ritual storehouse. In ancient times, when this place was a chaotic world of both humans and demons, this precious sword defeated the demon god. However, nobody has seen it for 1,000 years. According to the legend, it is sealed in the statue dedicated to Oyashiro-sama in the ritual storehouse. Because of its structure, as long as belief in Oyashiro-sama continues, it will remain a forbidden tool, forever sealed away. Also, it is only mentioned in the forbidden scrolls of the Furude Shrine. Therefore, only a handful of the Furude family heads have ever known about its existence. According to several of those forbidden scrolls, the sword is shaped like a willow branch. There are some ink paintings of the sword made by a few Furude heads, but none of them match that description. That means they drew those pictures from their imagination. The legend says that there was a girl named Oka who received a divine message that commanded her to defeat the demon god. However, neither the swords of humans or demons could conquer the demon god. It would require a blade that was neither a human sword nor a demon sword. Only a sword that mixes human and demon qualities could defeat the demon god. It has been said repeatedly that the ancestors of Hinazawa are half human and half demon. Oka Furude is said to be the first person whose blood was mixed in that way. This description is what conveys that. Heaven gave Oka a precious sword. The precious sword was shaped like a willow branch. Its tip split 3 ways, which symbolized heaven, earth, and people in unity. It also symbolizes the harmony between heaven, demons, and humans. Oka headed to the swamp where the demon god hid and defeated him with his treasured sword. Each forbidden scroll describes how she defeated the demon god differently. Some say she disciplined him, some say he ran away, some say he surrendered. What happened to the demon god afterwards is unclear too. The oldest scroll says the precious sword destroyed the demon god's horn, but other books do not mention that. The precious sword that defeated the demon god was then enshrined and was named Onigari no Ryuo. Oka sealed the precious sword in the deepest place of the shrine to hide its existence forever. Even if it was created to slay the demon god, the sword did not belong in this world anymore. It should not exist on the face of the earth. Some said that was why it was removed from the human world. But some said Oka was the daughter of the demon god, and that she wanted to banish the sword that killed her mother. The ancient cult of Oyashiro-sama suggested Oyashiro-sama was this demon god, the source of chaos, the source of all that was evil, and the source of all friction. To prevent the demon god from returning to the human world through worship and comfort is the root of that ancient cult. This may be a type of cult devoted to an evil god. This idea is that it is not worship for protection, but to stave off a curse, links slightly to the modern worship of Oyashiro-sama, but seems slightly distant from the modern worship that asks for Oyashiro-sama's blessings and sees him as a god of marriage and good relationships, and fosters the argument that humans are good by nature, saying that all discord is the work of Oyashiro-sama, and that there are no demons in the world of man. After that, the legend continues on to what we know today, the harmony of humans and demons. But in this era, all the scrolls on the origin of the belief in Oyashiro-sama and the scrolls of the matriarch of the Furude family have been sealed due to being forbidden. That happened probably because the new image of Oyashiro-sama, that of a loving and affectionate god, and the ancient image of Oyashiro-sama, the source of all evil, did not match. It became too difficult to explain the faith's doctrine. Also, if one believes the forbidden scrolls, the Furude family was descended from one who killed her own mother. That would mean their blood was cursed. If all that is true, then today's faith is very different from the one that was started by the matriarch. One of the leaders of the Furude family from hundreds of years ago wrote this: "The Onigari no Ryuo, the legendary precious sword, is a symbol of both the Furude family and the sins of the human world. It was an era where people pushed the source of their evil onto others, and could only purify their sins by killing one another. The matriarch took the root of all evil herself, and let her child murder her. That was how this place was freed from the chaos." The matriarch usually means Oka Furude, but sometimes it means her mother. The notion that the matriarch was a demon god was a taboo among the Furude family. However, obviously some leaders interpreted it that way. When the Furude family, or when the world of man commits the foolish act of seeking to blame others and tries to return to the world of demons, that is when faith will disappear and the statue's head will shatter. That is when the Onigari no Ryuo will reappear to us. The second coming will once again revive the memory of the Furude family's forgotten sins. Is a demon god a fictional legend, or someone who actually existed? In some rare cases, babies were born with horns, and they were called children of the demon god. Descendants of the Furude family who will read this. The myths passed down by our forbidden scrolls are numerous, and their content vastly differs. But do not get caught up in the smoke. No matter how different all these scrolls are, there is one thing they all want to convey. Search the heart of Oka Furude, the one who sealed the Onigari no Ryuo forever. That is the fate that all the Furude family leaders must understand. The one and only tip of this game. And that is Detective Matsuribayashi. Okay, where is the staff room at? Here we go. Hello, this is Ryukishi7. Thank you for playing Matsuribayashi. No, thank you very much for playing Higurashi when they cry until the end. Matsuribayashi is, in a way, the solution episode for the situation with Takano and the kids starting from halfway through Minagoroshi. How can they defeat Takano's conspiracy? How can they reach their ideal ending? I wrote this episode as a duel between you, the reader, and me, the writer. So if you think you create a better resolution world than my Matsuribayashi, that means you have defeated Ryukishi-7 in this duel. I, Ryukishi-7, have provided two resolutions. One is how to fight against Takano. First, here's a hint from the Minagoroshi chapter. We find out about Takano's conspiracy, which relies on Emergency Manual 34. Next, here are hints from the Watanagashi and Miyakashi chapters. It has been 48 hours after Rika's death, yet the village is peaceful. If you put those two things together, obviously the basis of the emergency manual which Hifumi Takano wrote, that everyone will develop terminal symptoms within 48 hours, is not true. When you put these together, you can realize that if Rika's body was discovered 48 hours after her death, then it is possible to prevent the final operation. In the Matsuribayashi chapter, I wrote about an attacking side and a defending side like a novel. If I were to simply write about the resolution, all I had to write was for Oishi to announce that Rika died at least 48 hours ago, and Takano's conspiracy would fall apart once the news reached Tokyo. This was a rather easy solution, like a puzzle, so I am sure many of you got this right. The other resolution was the ideal ending for this world. To answer this, I have to explain the worldview of the story first. There are hints all over, but the crucial ones are in the Tatarigoroshi and Minagoroshi chapters. Satoko's uncle comes home and Satoko's life becomes miserable. How could she be rescued from that situation? If the story was an exercise in murder, then the Tatarigoroshi chapter is the correct answer. Keiichi kills Teppei and hides his body well. There is a happy ending. But I did not end the episode that way. Instead, I denied it with a bad ending. The resolution the worldview of Higurashi, when they cry, advocates is a non-violent one, with everyone united together. That is established in question chapters such as Onikakushi, Watanagashi, and Tatarigoroshi. In those worlds, when someone becomes suspicious about everything and worries about it alone, things get worse and that leads to tragedy. The Miyakashi chapter is a sublimation of that situation. On the other hand, when one talks to their friends, it is revealed that the causes of the tragedies are quite silly. That is indicated in the Sumi Horoboshi and Minagoroshi episodes. In other words, can you see that in the worlds of Higurashi? Anything can be overcome when people talk to each other and help one another. Ultimately, that does not happen in reality. Helping each other creates friction, and oftentimes working alone is a lot simpler. However, we always hope that we can connect with other people, understand each other, so that we can face any difficulty. In that sense, this world is a fantasy. That is right. In the world of Higurashi, there is one magical rule. That is to talk to others and accept help from them. Then you can defeat anything. With that, it is possible to make a miracle happen. If that could be cast into an absolute rule, it would be a sort of magical, systematic miracle. Just like what Hanyu and her friends said in the story. That is the worldview of Higurashi when they cry. If you follow that rule and think about an ideal ending, I bet the first thing you will think about is an ending where all the club members unite and defeat Takano. Actually, there are scenarios in the Matsuribayashi chapter that affirm that sort of ending. However, at the same time, Takano is described as a very lonely person. By doing so, I raise a question about the resolution. Everyone else unites, defeats Takano, and makes her into a sacrifice. This is a happy ending for everyone except Takano. It is a very popular style of story for the protagonist to unite together and sacrifice the antagonist. Aliens come to the Earth and invade us, so the world unites and defeats the aliens. Hooray for humans, and we must all get along. This is a very popular storyline all over the world. There are plenty of stories that use aliens, devils, or monsters as clear bad guys and make them into sacrifices. Two parties fighting with each other become allies once the third party shows up. Storylines like these are indeed exciting. By adding a sacrifice, differing parties unite and become allies. To create this situation, there has to always be a third party, the sacrifice, as well. I am sure many of those who created such stories must have already noticed that. We also add a third enemy that cannot possibly unite with us. To make up with each other, we try to find a common enemy. Am I the only one who feels that describes our world today? In reality, this world belongs only to humans. There are no aliens or devils or monsters. So for us to find an enemy, we will have to fight each other forever. To make up with each other, we need a new enemy. So we just end up fighting someone else. In this chapter of Higurashi, I declared that to be the demon of the world of man. With these explanations of the worldview here in mind, do you wonder if the resolution of defeating Takano is in fact an ideal resolution of the Matsuribayashi chapter? That is right. It is basically the same foolishness found in Tatarigoroshi. According to that logic, the Minagoroshi chapter is not the best resolution for the problems that surround Satoko either. Do you understand that? How can they make up with Takano? You would not suggest to make Tokyo into a new enemy and let the club members join with Takano, would you? If I continue to talk about this issue, I will probably end up mentioning something religious, so let me stop here. What kind of ending would be the best outcome following the worldview of Higurashi when they cry? Perhaps it is something better than the Matsuribayashi chapter. You can consider this a graduating question for Higurashi when they cry. Maybe I will leave it as my final gift to those who enjoyed this tale for 4.5 years. Thank you for reading this extremely complicated story. In the end, what was all this for? If I were to put the answer to that question in one word, it would be entertainment. It is not important if you are able to answer the riddles. After all, if you enjoyed yourself, you won. Ryukishi 7 will continue to challenge you. Higurashi When They Cry ends here, but I hope I get to see you again in a different world. What kind of work do I want to create next? Maybe it's fitting to choose my next work from an infinite number of possibilities while listening to the chorus of the Higurashi. I want to express my gratitude to all the people who have supported me until today. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you all again soon. Ryukishi 7. And that is Matsuribayashi staff room. Now there is one more achievement. Apparently we have to go into chapter selection, and there are some secret fragments, extra, chapter jump, connecting fragments. If we reconnect the fragments again, a whole new fragment will come up, but we've already read these, so we'll go ahead and skip it. It doesn't look like the fragments themselves are different, we just get a new fragment. So let's go ahead and start connecting things. But we'll skip them because we've already read them. We just have to go through it again to get to the other thingamabob. And now we have the mysterious 50-second fragment. Flags from kids' meals, which can only be done after you did the entire game. And from my understanding, if you mess up these fragments and they get cracked, if you don't do them in the right order completely, you can't do it either. Other than the one, of course, because it always gets cracked. But I am going to play outside. A girl's cheerful voice echoed in the house. It was a tenement house, so walls were thin. So of course her yell carried through to the neighbors, but since it was a child's voice, nobody complained. Miyoko, we are thinking about going to the mall. Her father's voice did not reach the girl because all she was thinking about was making a new secret base with her friends in the field. Her father knew the girl had been looking forward to going to the mall, and that if they went without her, she would be upset. He also knew that the girl liked collecting flags from the kids' meals at the restaurant there, and one more would bring her collection to 20 flags. The girl was making a wish on those flags. She believed if she collected 20 of them, she could become happy. Oh well, he supposed he would bring a flag home as a souvenir. It would not be a big deal. If he asked a waitress, she would bring one for him. On that day, due to an accident, the trains were running behind schedule. To make up the time lost, drivers were braking a little too late and accelerating a bit too soon. It was rather unsafe. The Tanashi family did not own a car. They always used a train to go to the mall. As the girl skipped her way to her friend's house, an unfamiliar woman stopped her. Obviously, she was not from around there. The ties between the neighbors were very tight around there. The girl knew everyone's face. So if there was a stranger, it was either a new mailman or someone who was lost. The woman said to the girl, "Do you want to live, or do you want to die?" Any person would think the woman was crazy, asking something like that. But the girl was too innocent to think that way. She answered immediately, "I want to live." "Okay, then go. Your friend is not home, but go on." "She is not home?" The girl could not figure out why this woman would know that. As the woman left, the girl stopped her. She was curious, although it was a little scary, as to what response she would give if she answered differently. "If I want to die, then what?" "You will get another flag from a kid's meal." "Hey, that is not fair. They are going without me." "That is not fair." The girl turned and tried to run back home. "Are you sure? You will not regret it?" The mysterious woman tried to confirm this. "Why would I regret it?" "I will not tell you. I am mean." The girl thought this was some kind of riddle, so she pondered it for a while, but she could not figure it out. Then she clapped her hands as if she came to a conclusion. "That is okay then." "Why is it okay?" "Because my parents will be with me." The woman stepped aside. The girl bowed to her and ran home. She saw her parents locking the door to leave. The girl jumped on them and nagged them that she wanted to go too. The girl was going to the mall with her family. The family headed to the train station, waited for the train to arrive, and got on it. The driver was feeling the pressure to make up for the delay, and the passengers could tell that from the way he was driving. The girl noticed the unusual swaying of the train. She stood on her knees and looked out the window. Her mother told her to sit down because it was dangerous. The girl stuck her tongue out. Then the train reached a very big and very sharp curve. The train tilted in that direction, and all the people were shoved to the side. They were all squished together and grumbled about it. Then the train continued to The girl and her parents came home under the sky full of stars with shopping bags in their hands. They unlocked the door, turned the lights on, and then the girl put her bags by the front door and ran into her room. She opened her desk drawer, took something out, fuck, and put it in. She closed the drawer once but opened it again and then spread her treasures on the tatami mat. They were the flags of many different countries that came with the kids' meals. The Japanese flag, the American flag, the English flag. What country was this for? The one with 3 colors. There are a few of those. She lined them up as she counted. She counted out loud. Then she danced around happily. For now, she had 20 of them. It took her so long to collect that many. It was hard work for this girl who was so proud of herself for reaching her goal. She worked so hard that there must be something good waiting for her. She made a wish to become happy if she collected 20 of them. Therefore, something wonderful must be waiting to happen. The girl waited excitedly but soon realized it was not a magic lamp, so no genie would be jumping out. Maybe it would not happen that night. Maybe it would be tomorrow. The girl decided to wait patiently. She accomplished something as great as collecting 20 flags. Surely some wonderful happiness awaited her. Surely some wonderful miracle awaited. Or perhaps it might be like a charm, keeping sad misfortunes at bay. The girl put her 20 flags back in the drawer. As she heard her mother tell her to brush her teeth and go to bed, she ran to the bathroom. This is fine, is it not? It is okay to get a miracle in advance. What should I do next? There are plenty of fragments to play with. What? You want to try too? It is fun. It makes you feel like God. A world with Satoshi or a world where the Sonozaki sisters did not switch. I wonder what a world with Satoko's parents and Rika's parents alive and well would be like. Oh, how about this? Akasaka gets enticed to the enemy's side by Takano. That sounds interesting. Personally, I'm curious about a world where Takano is madly in love with Tomitake. It will be fun to match Keiichi with different girls too. I love drama very, very much. Let's see, what should I do next? I have so many fragments. Do you want some? What kind of world are you going to make? And that is the essence, as I understand it, of Higurashi when they cry how Ray. It's a few extra stories. Big wide world. Yeah, there's 3 different like side stories. Saikoroshi, Hirukawashi, and Batsukoishi. The possibilities of forever. We went beyond. and that is Higurashi When They Cry How Matsuribayashi. So other than the side stories, which honestly I have no idea how long those are, that is Higurashi When They Cry, period. So we will do Ray on Monday, but I think for right now we will quit since it is a half hour early. But honestly, I feel kind of weird to only do a half hour of Ray. So let's just, give it its full attention on Monday. Depending on how long Ray is, we may even continue on to the other visual novel I've already downloaded. That was on sale. The anime I have watched is awesome, so we will see. Stay safe, guys. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow for Triangle Strategy, because I have to go mow my grandpa's yard on Thursday, so I'm going to make that Star Wars Day, since I prefer Star Wars to be interrupted. Stay safe, guys. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe not.